right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024, 3:58 p.m. We have a tornado warning now. This is going to be a tornado warning for Harrison County. This is going to be in northeast East Texas. This is going to be a thunderstorm that has developed on Interstate 20. This is almost all the way to the Louisiana border.
Flash flood warning has been issued for Cimarron County in Oklahoma, Dallam County in Texas.
This tornado warning does include Darko in the city of Marshall, along with Scottsville and Harrison County. It does not include Wascom, Hallsville, Nesbit, or Leah. But this tornado warning does include the city of Marshall, Darko, and Scottsville until 4:15 p.m. You can see we do have a bit of a circulation. It's not a particularly violent-looking circulation, but nevertheless is a circulation that could put down a quick spin-up tornado. This is going to be located near or just east of Highway 43, not all that far south of Interstate 20. This may be located in proximity of 2625, near or just east of 43. And this storm is moving slowly off to the east, only about 20 miles an hour. This is not a fast-moving thunderstorm, but is one that may be capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado that could knock some trees down. Trees tend to fall on things like buildings, homes, roads, vehicles. Could do some damage to your property if it happens to impact you. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Harrison County in northeast/east Texas until 4:15 p.m. This thunderstorm again moving east slowly at about 20 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include the community of Darko, Highway 43 up to the city of Marshall, and then east to Scottsville. This tornado warning does include Interstate 20 around the city of Marshall. So if you're heading between Shreveport and Longview, you might want to just pull off, give yourself about an extra 15 minutes to let this storm either calm itself down or at least figure out what it's going to do. And this storm could also be dropping heavy rain and quarter-size hail on the interstate. So again, this is a tornado warning for Harrison County in East Texas, Northeast Texas, until 4:15 p.m. So again, if you're in Darko, Marshall, Scottsville, be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in a sturdy site-built structure. If you're in a mobile home or a trailer, it's not a great place to be in this situation. Even weak tornadoes can destroy those. So please keep that in mind. And again, we're not dealing with what I would consider to be a violent circulation, but given the environment, we have tropical moisture in place, all that, the potential does exist for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a weak spin-up tornado.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bosque, Hill, McLennan, and Navarro County in Texas.
Again, we got flash flooding out the wazoo back in North Texas, even parts of the Panhandle. We have a cluster of thunderstorms, and I'll show you a video from one of our storm chasers in just a second. But back here... Oh, no.
Mind of engineer Mark Jones.
All right. Let's try this. Oh, that's not what you needed. Okay, this is going to be live storm chasing video from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's near Wortham. That is going to be southwest of Richland, north of Mahia, with this line of southeastward moving storms, which I'll show you. Give me just a second. We'll get that feed set up here. Let's do a little housekeeping. Switch off one of our chasers who doesn't have a stream up right now, and we'll get it on to Mr. Jason Cooley. So again, meteorologist Jason Cooley is going to be located near Wortham, which, let me zoom in and it'll pull up there north of my... All right, let's try that again without crashing an entire computer. So again, meteorologist Jason Cooley is going to be located on the complex of storms moving into portions, well, in the next hour at least, portions of central Texas and the northern Brazos Valley. This cluster of storms is going to be moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour, the potential for damaging straight-line winds, and maybe some quarter-size hail. This thunderstorm complex is also capable of producing quick spin-up circulations. All right, so again, we'll keep an eye on that, but the reason you're getting to hear from good old Baldy on Chief on his big special birthday is that we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado. This is going to be in Harrison County in northeast Texas. This will be a thunderstorm capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado. It's going to be located now between highways 43 and 59. This is going to be near FM 2625, maybe about 2 miles east of Highway 43, moving slowly off to the east-northeast at about 20 miles an hour. This tornado warning does include the city of Marshall and Scottsville. It does include Interstate 20 around Marshall as well. So if you're heading between Longview and Shreveport or Wascom, you may just want to pull off for a few minutes, let this storm pass on by, because it could also be dropping some quarter-size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran County in Texas.
And again, we got plenty of severe storms. We're going to be ramping up in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin here in the next hour or two, with some threat of a few tornadoes, but also big hail and damaging winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Smith, and Upshur County in Texas.
There's a little bit of a circulation near Coolidge now, northwest of Mahia. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is southwest of Wortham now. I believe he's heading down Highway 14. We'll be keeping a close eye on his stream. Regardless, as we take a quick look back at these storms in portions of north central Texas, this complex of storms, in addition to flash flooding galore, has exited the DFW Metroplex. Y'all should be quiet now for several hours. You may have another cluster of storms late tonight or early Friday morning, but for now, this cluster of storms across portions of southern North Texas, moving into central Texas, and eventually the northern Brazos Valley, will continue moving south at about 30 miles an hour with the potential for localized damaging wind gusts, heavy rain, hail. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado, but the tornado threat is pretty low out here. Not zero, but on the low side. And again, the biggest threat, honestly, may be flooding. At least the most widespread threat. All these blue boxes you see, these are flash flood warnings. Let's see if this feature works. Zoom further. Nope, that didn't work. I have a new camera. It has AI commands, so I'm trying to figure out these fancy things. But again, we have a tornado warning until 4:15 p.m. for Harrison County around the city of Marshall. We may squeak out a brief tornado with that. That would have the potential of producing damaging straight line winds, maybe a quick spin up tornado that would also have the potential to knock trees down. Yeah, we don't need any trees getting knocked down on buildings. But alas, that's what may happen. Let's see if this works. Zoom in closer. Nope. Zoom in closer. Okay, I tried. I'm done playing with that toy for now. Alright, so again, it is 4:10 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado near the city of Marshall. That could knock some trees down. I don't think it's one of these, long track, long duration, strong type tornadoes, but, a tornado's a tornado and it can knock some trees down, which could then fall on things. But again, this thunderstorm is going to be capable around Marshall, moving east, northeast about 20 miles per hour. I don't think they're going to extend the tornado warning based on what I'm seeing right now. It should expire at about 4:15. But again, damaging straight line winds, weak tornado, both knock down trees, which then fall on things. I realize half of you in Texas are like, well, I don't have trees near me. What's going on? Well, we're talking about East Texas, folks. It's a whole different, geoscape here in terms of trees, forests, etc. And those falling on things tend to cause damage. Pretty large cluster of thunderstorms across the Arklatex back into North Texas. Moving southeast into portions of the northern Brazos Valley, East Texas. These storms have at least some potential of producing 40 to 65 mile an hour wind gusts. We're not dealing with widespread damaging winds right now. It does not, let me try to do that without a double negative. It doesn't look like we have widespread damaging winds, but some folks will see strong winds out of this. We're not dealing with, 100 mile an hour hurricane force, knock out the power grid type of a situation. But again, soils out here are saturated, so it'll be a bit easier for winds to knock trees down or uproot trees. Some of these storms could show quick, low-level circulations. And we could also get some pocket change size hail. Storms have exited DFW, which is good because it's flooding. But again, these storms do have the potential of producing strong winds, which could cause some wind damage, knock out power to some folks. Out across western Texas, let's just hit this big button here. We'll pull up the satellite because it looks pretty, and I pay for it every month, so I might as well use it. We have thunderstorms developing now across parts of the northwestern panhandle. Starting to see a few isolated supercells in West Texas, down into the Permian Basin, and of course near Fort Stockton because, come on now, it's Fort Stockton. We always get a Fort Stockton-ing supercell. Out here, we do have severe thunderstorm watches now in effect, and we actually have a tornado watch in effect now. This is going to be for the Permian Basin, Northern Edwards Plateau, and the Concho Valley. This will be a tornado watch until 11 p.m., the potential for a few tornadoes with the most intense supercells. We have an outflow boundary down here as well. If we get a storm latching onto that, the potential will exist for a spin-up circulation. Back further north in the Panhandle, West Texas, we have storms developing. These could produce large hail, heavy rainfall, damaging winds, and we can't totally rule out the potential of a tornado. Eventually, we're going to see a cluster of storms evolve out here, and that will progress southeast tonight into portions of northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country. It's the thunderstorm train. And then, of course, we also have a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. Brazos Valley, parts of East Texas, and Central Texas for this cluster of southward moving thunderstorms moving out of North Texas into Central Texas, the Brazos Valley. Meteorologist Jason Cooley. We'll pop on over to his stream real quick. He is in, well, if I had to guess, he is going to be in the Mahia area. He's taking a look back north. You can see he's having a little buffering issues.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone, Limestone, McLennan, and Navarro County in Texas.
So again, that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back, take a peek at that. Again, that's just for these storms moving south out of North Texas into, well, parts of Central Texas and the northern Brazos Valley. You know when I said they weren't going to probably issue a new tornado warning?
Warning has been issued for Harrison County in Texas.
I mean, at least it's not a tornado emergency this time. I say that out loud? Oh, well, okay, fair. It's got the rappy hook of doom again, so... Alright, it's going to be a new tornado warning until 4:45. This is going to be for southeastern Harrison County in northeast Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cimarron County in Oklahoma, Dallam, Hartley, and Sherman County in Texas.
This tornado warning will run until 4:45 p.m. for southeastern Harrison County. At 4:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a brief tornado was located near Marshall, about maybe a mile or two south of Marshall, really, near Highway 59. It's just south of I-20. This is moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour. This does include Interstate 20 around the city of Marshall, west of Wascom. This storm is, again, moving northeast about 15. We'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, we do have weak rotation here. Given the tropical environment, we can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado that may be, strong enough to knock trees down. And then that would be the biggest issue, frankly. The trees getting knocked down on things from weak tornado here. But again, this is going to be just south of Interstate 20, near or just east of Highway 59. Liberty Cutoff coming up on 5 Notch Road. And this eventually is going to be moving northeast over 5 Notch Road. So move over Ellison Fields Road, moving southeast out of Marshall. And then this will probably be crossing Interstate 20 between Highway 59 and FM 2199. And again, this storm moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour. Okay, so again, that's a tornado warning near the city of Marshall, moving up towards Scottsville. Now, that's just rude.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Moving up towards Scottsville, this storm could have some quarter-size hail. on the how hard it's raining mode, frankly, a quite impressive signature on the how hard it's raining mode. We're thankful for the fact low-level wind shear out here is not particularly strong. Otherwise, this would have a pretty nasty-looking tornado. But as it stands, we still could get a quick spin-up tornado out of this that could knock trees down on things like buildings, roads, etc., which, you know, nothing good usually comes of that. So again, be in a safe place if you are near, well, especially the southeast sides of Marshall up to Scottsville here in Harrison County. We've got other thunderstorms back across East Texas. Sorry, didn't mean to zoom out and make your life
Texas
difficult.
Local storm report from Bledsoe in Cochran County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.50 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, quarter to ping pong size.
Again, across northeast Texas, we've got scattered showers and thunderstorms with moderate to locally heavy rainfall. We do have a thunderstorm that is just south of Gilmer, northwest of Longview. That might have some quarter-size hail. Localized winds over 60 miles an hour. We've been keeping an eye out just in case it tried to spin itself up into something spinning-like, but so far that's not been an issue. Back across southern North Texas, the rain has exited the DFW Metroplex. It doesn't look like we're getting a wake low event or strong winds on the backside of the storms this time. That's nice. But this complex will move into the Brazos Valley, parts of central Texas, over the next 2 hours. The threat of localized damaging wind gusts. We could see some heavy rain with flooding. We'll take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley. Oh, that's not the right button. You can see he's got a pretty good view of a striated shelf cloud. He's south of Mahia, moving towards Groesbeck. And that storm is part of this complex capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. That's probably going to honestly keep going until it rides down into southeast Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley. We'll probably be done with it when it moves into Louisiana or in the Gulf of Mexico later. And again, the potential will exist for some of these storms in this cluster to produce damaging straight-line winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, and flooding heavy rainfall. Back out into portions of the Panhandle and West Texas, we've got storms. Another cluster underway now across northwestern portions of the Panhandle around Dalhart. We could have some hail, strong winds, threat of heavy rainfall that could cause some flash flooding. As we go south into portions of West Texas, you can see we've got some storms starting to fire up east of the dry line in eastern New Mexico. Those are going to move into the Panhandle and West Texas over the next few hours. We could get some pretty large hail out of that. Back down into the Permian Basin and the Big Bend, we've got our typical supercell cluster developing just east of Fort Stockton. It's so common now, we just call it Fort Stocktoning. We'll see if we end up with any sort of a tornado issue out of any of these storms. There is a tornado watch down here in the eastern, or in the Permian Basin, and across portions of the northern Edwards Plateau down to Del Rio. These storms, once they get going, could start throwing out softball-sized hail like it's nobody's business.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Falls and McLennan County in Texas.
What I'm highlighting here is an outflow boundary. This outflow boundary has the potential to cause some spinny doom issues, a tornado threat if we have any storms that ride along it. This outflow boundary is currently sitting, pretty much sitting. It's stalled out, it looks like, from near Garden City to the north sides of Odessa up to Hobbs, New Mexico. These thunderstorms will have the potential of producing, well, any storms down here have the potential of producing really big hail, but any storms we have interact with this boundary could have an increased threat of going tornadic. We know thunderstorms developing northeast of that boundary right now. Those could be heavy rain north of Gardendale, north of Midland. With strong winds, stayed for Garden City, we may end up having some hail out of that. And again, we'll keep an eye on that outflow boundary. And then you can also see kind of that extends up into eastern New Mexico, where we're also seeing thunderstorms develop. All right, let's go back to the reason you're getting to hear from good old Baldy in Chief, and that's going to be a tornado warning for Harrison County in northeast Texas. This is for a thunderstorm capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado over southeastern sections of the city of Marshall. This thunderstorm is in proximity of Interstate 20 between Highway 59 and FM 2199, moving off to the northeast at about 15 miles an hour. Again, this is not going to be a situation where I think we're going to have, big, bad, very mad tornadoes down for long periods of time. Low-level wind shear is weak, but we can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado that would have the potential of knocking trees down. And trees fall on things and cause quite a bit of damage and can hurt people. So that's why we encourage you to take shelter. Lowest floor, set a room, away from windows.
For Smith County in Texas.
Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And that's in a sturdy site-built structure. We would not encourage folks to be in a mobile home, a trailer, or vehicle, or driving around in the middle of this. We may have some nickel to quarter-size hail on Highway 80 around Scottsville, the east sides of Marshall. And again, this storm is slowly moving northeast, at about 15 miles an hour. I need caffeine. And again, we're also monitoring a cluster of thunderstorms moving southeast across parts of North Texas towards, really central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and that may eventually make it down into southeast Texas. The potential for hail, heavy rain, damaging winds. You can see these storms now extend along a line from near Gatesville to Waco to Coolidge to Corsicana to Athens to Tyler, moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The most intense portions of these storms could produce damaging winds, heavy rain, that could cause flooding. Can't completely rule out a spit-up tornado. And we're probably going to have another cluster of storms moving out of the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin. And these storms out in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, sorry, I know I'm distracted, moving south will eventually develop into our next couple of clusters, which will then move southeast, impacting parts of northwest Texas, the Big Country, and the Concho Valley. Making all sorts of mayhem and a ruckus.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
But again, tornado warning does continue for southeastern sides of Marshall up to Scottsville towards Leah until 4:45. And again, I think you can tell by the tone of my voice, we're not talking about big, bad, very mad, long track tornadoes here. but we could get a quick spin up that would have the potential of producing, low end tornado damage, which can knock down trees, damage buildings. Trees fall on buildings and would probably do a heck of a lot more damage than just the tornado itself. You can see we have thunderstorms, a cluster moving across southern North Texas down towards the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. Those could have damaging winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, heavy rain, flooding, and flooding. DFW, you're clear for now, but y'all are going to be under the gun tonight into tomorrow morning with another round of strong to severe thunderstorms with heavy rainfall that will cause flooding. Maybe some pocket change size hail. It's going to be a long night. This is round one. Right now in portions of North Texas, East Texas, all this is going to move into Southeast and East Texas this evening. This whole round of just mayhem out here, this is all going to move southeast tonight into Friday morning. We're probably going to see a couple clusters. Yeah, I know, my handwriting stinks. That's why I talk and type. But again, so it's going to be a long night. In fact, real quick, let's just take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Let me get rid of my pathetically unimpressive drawings. Let me press a couple buttons here to get it set up. And I'm just going to load the high-res rapid refresh model from 7 p.m. tonight through tomorrow morning. Noted, I need to fix the color table settings on this.
Report from 5 miles south of Valley Mills in McLennan County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
Again, just here's what the model radar looks like tonight. I know the color table's off. I just installed a big update this afternoon. I'll have to go back through and add the color table settings back.
Has been issued for Andrews, Ector, Martin, and Midland County in Texas.
I'll get that done here after this part of the coverage. But again, you could see one cluster this evening across East Texas. Oh, we're not done. We're not done at all. No, we're not done in any way, shape, or form, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long night. We got a big old cluster of storms that are going to come say, yippity-doo, yippity-yay, hi, Texas, it's going to rain. And it's also going to have strong winds. Some of these storms are going to have large to very large hail. Some of these storms could have wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles an hour. We might have a few spin-up tornadoes. The tornado threat is not high today. Heavy rain with flooding. I mean, at this point, it takes 5 raindrops and parts of, the eastern half of the state are flooding. So, yeah, this is going to cause new flooding. So that is what we're looking at tonight. And note to self, I will fix those color table settings to get it back to the normal, happy, accustomed view we have all come to expect. All right, we got a severe storm warning now for the city of Midland. That's going to be with a pretty rapid developing storm near a boundary. So we're going to have to watch this carefully. This storm could have the potential for some mischief. And it could start throwing out some really big hail here quick. It could end up, being an issue for the city of Midland. So we're going to have to watch that pretty carefully here. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of storms this evening. Tonight, the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is south of Mahia. All those storms tonight are going to move pretty much eastern 75% of Texas. You're probably going to get storms at some point. The first round now, moving across the eastern parts of the state, central Texas, northeast Texas, that's round 1. Round 2, it's going to try to hit the eastern 75% of Texas tonight into tomorrow morning. Strongest storms are going to have damaging winds, hail, flooding rainfall. Tornado threat is low. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We do have a tornado warning near the city of Marshall. And again, this is not a situation where we have a big, bad, very mad, long-lived tornado issue with this. This is a situation where we've got a tropical environment with the potential for a thunderstorm to produce a quick spin-up tornado. Most likely area for that right now would be coming up on FM 2199, maybe a mile west of FM 2199 near Interstate 20. We could have a lot of lightning, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-sized hail around Scottsville right now. The threat of a tornado, if you are along and west of Highway 59, is done. So pretty much the most of the city of Marshall, you are clear from this. Highway 43, you are clear. Stretch. But again, this storm's moving slowly. Northeast 15 miles an hour. We could have occasional damaging straight line winds, some hail, and maybe a quick spin up tornado. Hi, dog. I'm sorry. Can I help you? Hi. What's going on? Hi. Are you being an attention seeking thing? Yeah, okay. So again, it is Thursday, 30th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is 4:35. We've got a tornado warning for portions of Harrison County in East Texas. A circulation now approaching FM 2199 near Interstate 20, southeast of the city of Marshall. Marshall, you're pretty much clear from this. This is going to be moving through Scottsville, towards Scottsville. And again, maybe a quick spin-up tornado that has the potential of knocking down trees, along with some localized damaging winds, and maybe some quarter-sized hail. Oh, you're a good girl. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can I help you? Yes. You want to be in the coverage? Okay, there you go. Hi. What you doing? Hi.
Texas local storm report from Bledsoe in Cochran County, Texas.
You're a very
Hail
introverted
magnitude
dog. The fact you're acting
1.50
extroverted is
inches.
slightly concerning. What's
Reported
going
by
on? Is there a
public.
squirrel?
Additional
Is there a
information.
duck?
Report from ping pong ball, 1.50 inches.
It hailed. All right, so let's take a look at the rest of the state as I continue to appease the dog's never-ending need for attention. Yeah, you're a good girl. Go lay down. Go lay down. So again, we got a cluster of thunderstorms across southern North Texas now, pretty much from McGregor to Waco to Groesbeck, where meteorologist Jason Cooley is located, up to Streetman, Athens, Tyler, Longview. This cluster is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for heavy rainfall to cause flash flooding. The potential for localized damaging winds over 65 miles an hour. The potential for heavy rain, and I already said that, and hail. So we're going to quickly look at Jason's stream, and I'm going to figure out why the dog is trying to get me to go out into the TV room. Hopefully a pipe didn't blow up. And we'll be back here in just a minute.
Texas local storm report from Bledsoe in Cochran County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping, golf ball, 1.75 inches.
That's not the button I wanted to press, but so be it. Good afternoon, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We're tracking a cluster of strong to severe thunderstorms moving across portions of northeast Texas, North Texas, moving down into the Brazos Valley, and eventually southeast Texas. Over the next few hours, these storms have the potential of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall that may cause flooding. Can't completely rule out a brief spin-up tornado, but the heavy rain with flooding and localized damaging winds are going to be the main threat. And what are you doing? Are you creating mayhem? Yeah, good for you. So again, with these storms, the potential will exist for a lot of lightning, damaging winds, hail. We'll take a look out into the pleasantness known as the western half of the state. Oh, and by the way, this whole cluster this cluster will make it through the Brazos Valley. It's going to make it to the Gulf Coast or Louisiana, whichever comes first. Back out into the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, down towards the eastern Big Bend, we have scattered severe thunderstorms developing now. These have the potential of producing, well, the strongest storms, honestly, the potential for softball-sized hail, localized damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe a few tornadoes and heavy rain. Looks like we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in just a second, so I'll wait for the inevitable interruption from the computerized voice of doom. Case in point.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran County in Texas.
You might be wondering why I'm standing up. That's because, well, the dog sitting's about to begin, so I have to set up the special dog blankie for the dog. Not that the dog will use it, because the dog is just going to do what the dog does, and most likely just make a spot on the floor and ignore the nice little bed I've made for her. But nevertheless, I have tried, like a nice Baldian chief. And one of the benefits of having a camera that can zoom in on my ugly noggin is that it can do stuff like this, and I can stand up technically if I wanted to, which would be a good idea, you know, for the whole, if I ever got a walking treadmill for the office. So, meteorologist Jason Cooley is in the land of, well, technically Central Texas, northern Brazos Valley near Groesbeck. He is clearly dealing with a lot of rain. Flooding, again, is going to be the main issue out of all this as we go into the evening hours, with the potential of heavy rainfall causing some flooding, maybe some hail, damaging winds with this first round of storms moving across the eastern half of the state. Thunderstorms across the western half of the state, the potential for really big hail, up to the size of softballs, damaging winds, maybe a few tornadoes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harrison County in Texas.
And again, we still have, technically, no tornado warnings now at 4:45, so in about 50 seconds we'll have no tornado warnings. That's going to be nice. We'll see how long it lasts, but again, plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings capable of producing damaging winds, hail, and flooding rains. Yes, the dog wanted attention. Aspen will be here in about 30 to 40 minutes for a couple of weeks. So, yeah, I suspect the mayhem will arise. All right, so it is 4:45 p.m. I am the one, the only, the Baldy-in-Chief, known as David Reimer. We've got severe thunderstorms moving across portions of southeastern North Texas, East Texas, Northeast Texas, towards the Brazos Valley, technically towards and into East Texas, and Southeast Texas. These storms at times have the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, heavy rainfall with flooding, maybe some quarter-size hail to ping-pong ball-size hail at times. DFW, you get a break, but you're going to get walloped tonight.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Limestone, McLennan, and Navarro County in Texas.
I still think that's the best sound I picked for all those, that, like, water dropping sound for flash flood warnings. But again, you see all this stuff in West Texas, these little scattered supercells? Yeah, eventually we're going to see a whole big old cluster develop, and that's going to move across like the eastern 75% of Texas tonight into Friday morning and Friday afternoon with more rain, more damaging winds, more hail. Yay! Because who likes getting to sleep, right? And by the way, I mean me. Y'all can go to sleep all you want. Just have a way to receive weather warnings, whether it be a weather radio, your WIA wireless emergency alerts enabled on your cell phone. But for me, yeah, no. Sleep? No. All right, looks like we're going to get another one of these. Oh, nope, I lied. We're not going to get another interruption. So again, so we're dealing with, we got meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's in Groesbeck. He's going to be keeping an eye on that cluster of storms, though I suspect he'll let it pass him over here shortly, and he'll get back to the DFW Metroplex to resume his eternal duties as the father of the newborn. And then I guess he'll get to go out again at like 2 a.m. at this rate when the next cluster of storms comes in from the west. And again, we're going to have to watch these storms out in the Panhandle. You can see we've got a cluster moving southeast. That'll impact Amarillo to Pampa in the next 2 hours. We've got a couple of supercells developing on the New Mexico-Texas state line. We've got a supercell just northwest of Midland. That could be an issue for the city of Midland here in the next 30 minutes with hail and damaging winds and flooding. We've got a supercell north of Bakersfield on I-10 east of Fort Stockton. Fort Stockton's behind the dry line, so it's drier than a popcorn fart. And north of Sanderson, we got a supercell with the potential for hail and damaging winds. All right, so again, let me actually, I need to do two things here. I'll show you the model data here when we come back for our next update at 5 p.m. But again, it's going to be a busy night. Big old cluster of storms will move from West Texas to the east tonight. So more storms, more flooding, more damaging winds, and more hail. We'll be back with our next severe weather update here in about, well, let's say 12 minutes. Until then, you get to enjoy the music.
Texas local storm report from 6 miles east of Gardendale in Midland County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Panola, Rusk, Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Falls, Limestone, and Robertson County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We continue to, how about, look at me, camera. Rude. I know I'm ugly. I'm not that ugly. We've got a cluster of severe storms moving across portions of East Texas, Northeast Texas, Southern North Texas. These storms have a history of producing damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, flooding rainfall, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail at times. And again, these storms do have the potential of producing maybe a spin-up tornado or two across, well, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, into East Texas as these storms continue progressing over the next few hours to the southeast of 30 miles an hour. And again, these storms are probably going to make it to the Gulf Coast by this evening. We've got thunderstorms developing across the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, into eventually the Concho Valley. Strongest of these storms over the next couple hours will have the potential of producing damaging hail up to the size of baseballs to softballs. Winds over 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out a few tornadoes. With that, we have no tornado warnings right now, which is nice. But we can't say we won't have any more this afternoon, this evening, or tonight. I made the mistake of installing a major program update for this. Shortly before doing this coverage, so I have to update my color palettes again for some of these, which fortunately I'm doing right now, and then we'll be able to show you what the latest high-res rapid refresh model has for tonight and to tomorrow morning. To do that, I'm just going to reset this program real quick, load her back up, smile and wave and say howdy. And again, cluster of storms number 1 across southern North Texas into Northeast Texas, continuing to move southeast about 30 miles an hour. The potential for localized damaging winds over 65 miles an hour. Heavy rainfall that will cause flooding. Maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We have golf ball size hail starting to fall just northwest of Midland. That storm is moving towards the city of Midland and Gardendale, and is about to interact with an outflow boundary that may result in an increased potential of a tornado in the next 30 to 60 minutes near Interstate 20 around Midland. We've got a couple supercells, one north of Bakersfield on I-10 in southwest Texas, one well southwest of Sheffield, north of Sanderson, southeast of Fort Stockton. We have a very dry air mass across the borderland, the Guadalupe Mountains, the Trans-Pecos, down into the Davis Mountains. The potential for now, well, we just escalated. Apparently, we're just going to go ahead and start saying softballs. So, potential now for softball size hail. The city of Midland, west to Gardendale, over the next 15 minutes. At 4:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Midland to Gardendale, moving east at 25 miles an hour. The potential for baseball to softball size hail. This does include the city of Midland, Midland Air Park, Interstate 20 between mile markers 133 and 141. Again, the potential for baseball to softball size hail from near Gardendale to the city of Midland over the next
local storm report from 1 miles east of Gardendale in Ector County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, hail ranged from golf ball to baseball sized.
the potential for baseball to softball size hail from Gardendale to the city of Midland over the next 20 minutes. This thunderstorm has a history of producing baseball size hail and is continuing to intensify. You see this outflow boundary? This storm is moving kind of like this. This boundary is being ingested by this storm. When that happens, the threat of this to produce tornadoes may increase over the next 30 to 60 minutes. If it eats this boundary, threat of a tornado again could increase with this thunderstorm approaching the city of Midland. Midland, you've got problems. You got baseball to softball size hail about to say hi to the city of Midland. So this would be a good time to move away from windows. The potential for baseball to softball size hail in the city of Midland over the next 5 to 15 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Yoakum County in Texas.
So again, that's one storm. Midland, you're about to have baseball size hail at least, along with damaging winds. Further north, we've got storms across parts of West Texas near the New Mexico state line. One supercell northwest of Denver City, one southwest of Morton. These storms generally moving off to the east at a very brisk 10 to 15 miles per hour. Got a storm southwest of Muleshoe. Up in the Panhandle, we've got a little cluster of storms. These could have winds over 60 miles an hour from near Stratford, just northwest of Cactus, over the city of Dalhart, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour, moving towards Sunray, Cactus, Dumas, all the way down. Eventually, they may impact places like Stinnett, Borger, Pampa, all the way to the city of Amarillo over the next couple of hours. All right, let's take a look what's going on in East Texas. Northeast Texas, no tornado warnings. We've got a severe storm over the city of Tyler. That could have winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. Storm near Scottsville. Yes, does have that scary hook on reflectivity mode, but on the which way the wind's blowing mode, not really. The wind shear out here, the low-level wind shear is just very weak, which is why the tornado threat remains very low. Back into the northern Brazos Valley, we've got a cluster of severe storms moving southeast. These have a history of producing winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall. The potential for a lot of heavy rain to produce flooding. Strong winds, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. And again, this cluster, is going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. It's caffeine time. Oh. Again, we may have a tornado issue soon, just west of Midland with that storm. Midland, you're about to get baseball-size hail. Circulation, if we get one to develop, maybe just west of Midland, just northeast of Odessa. That storm almost looks like it's moving south now. And again, that thing, that could be a problem. But again, Now, let's take a look at what we expect tonight. I realize a lot of y'all are still dealing with the repercussions of one of our countless severe weather events over the last 5 weeks. So let's show what we're expecting tonight. We're going to switch over to the high resolution rapid refresh model. Let's see if I fix the color table. Yay! So what I'm going to do is switch this over, press some buttons. We're going to load it from 7 p.m. this evening through 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to let that animation load.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
All right, here's what the HRRR has for tonight. Notice we're going to get more clusters of storms. Notice those clusters. Well, just take your pick. The storms in the southern North Texas, the Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas. This model says those are going to dissipate before hitting Houston. I really doubt it. I think that cluster we have now moving into the northern Brazos Valley will make it down to the Gulf Coast, into the Golden Triangle. East Texas. We're going to have storms across the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin evolve into 1 or 2 clusters that will move east-southeast tonight across northwest Texas, Texoma, the Big Country, North Texas, the Concho Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau, probably into the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, and maybe even the coastal plains late tonight into tomorrow morning. And the strongest of those storms will have damaging winds, the potential for some hail, and flooding rainfall. So yes, we're going to have more storms tonight, tomorrow morning, into tomorrow afternoon. Probably multiple rounds in places like the DFW Metroplex, maybe, the Hill Country, out into the Big Country, the Concho Valley. I mean, this model has even another round of storms firing up just after sunrise tomorrow morning in West Texas and the Big Country. So we're going to have a lot of storms, is what I'm saying. Now, these models have not handled the last week well in terms of all these storm complexes, etc., but it's a pretty good bet. Once the storms get going, they're not going to stop until, well, tomorrow. So that's why storms out in portions of West Texas, the Panhandle, the Permian Basin are probably going to make it to Louisiana or the Gulf Coast tomorrow morning, which means everyone between West Texas, the Panhandle, the Permian Basin, and Louisiana and the Gulf Coast, you're going to get storms, most likely. Now, not everyone will hit storms, but most of you probably will, and the strongest will have damaging winds, hail, heavy rain that could cause flooding. Back to the real-time view we go. Where we'll end up, who knows?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
And again, if you're wanting to know about your local weather forecast or want to track storms in your neck of the woods, you can do so with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. We've got interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, storm chasing, video, and more. Midland.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Ector and Midland County in Texas.
All right, we were talking about this, so let's get into it. This is going to be a tornado warning that does technically include southwestern portions of the city of Midland, northeastern portions of the city of Odessa. This does include Interstate 20 between the city of Midland and Odessa. So, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Midland International Air and Spaceport, just northeast of Odessa, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado, is capable of producing softball-size hail, will produce flooding in the city of Midland. You can see here, the radar literally, by the way, is right at the International Air Spaceport. We're looking like 2 miles from the stinking radar. So again, what you're looking at here is, it doesn't get much lower in terms of how close we are to the radar. So we're looking like 20 feet above the ground. Not really. We're looking maybe 50 to 100. But again, clear, well-defined supercell. You've got your hook echo. There's your rear flank downdraft. This is your hail core. We've had baseball to softball size hail. This is all moving southeast. So, Midland, big time hail issues. Odessa, you're going to get the wind, and you're also going to be relatively close to the potential of a tornado out of this. This thing's moving south southeast, so east sides of the city of Odessa. Happy birthday. It is my birthday, so I can say happy birthday. But also, you're under a tornado warning, so you're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions. That in a sturdy site-built structure means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, in case you have to walk on some nails or something after the fact, and a helmet would be a good idea. If you're in a trailer, mobile home, or a vehicle, we'd encourage you to find shelter in a sturdy site-built structure nearby, whether that be a gas station, travel plaza, fast food establishment, restaurant, friend's house, etc. That's what we would encourage you to do. Those of you in the city of Midland, softball size hail incoming. Those of you in northeast sections of Odessa, tornado, softball size hail incoming.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos and Terrell County in Texas.
So storm with the potential for softball size hail will impact FM 1788, Highway 191, Business Interstate 20, and Interstate 20. From Odessa to Midland, the potential of a tornado, softball size hail, very, very strong winds. So the criteria has been met for an ouchies situation. We'd encourage you to take shelter. Even if you don't have a tornado issue, you've got softball size hail. It's going to break things, including windows. So please get away from windows. Lowest floor, center room, interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Please don't go look at the hail while it's falling in proximity to glass. Preferably, I'd like you in shelter, but I'm also realistic and expect at least 60% of you are going to just go and look on your porch and be like, where's the hail? So, there you go. And parental units. One of you just tried to call me. If you're watching, which, well, you're probably not because you have better things to do than watch me. I'll call you back when Midland's not getting hit by softballs and maybe a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson and Freestone County in Texas.
Actually, I'll just call him real quick.
Hey, birthday boy.
Hey, you and about 6,000 people say hi.
What did you say?
You and about 6,000 people say hi. I'm doing live tornado coverage.
All right. I figured it was a good time to call.
Well, I better be. Midland's getting hit by softballs and a possible tornado, so.
Wow. I figured you'd be busy again tonight.
Yeah,
But that's the best way you probably want to spend your birthday, right?
yeah, pretty much.
You got like 6,000 people say happy birthday.
Probably. Now everyone knows it's my birthday, yes.
Well, I saw Jimmy Brown posted it, so that was really nice.
Yeah.
Or no, I guess they posted a photo she took. I don't know if she's the one that posted it or not.
Yeah. All right. We'll go through the whole thing. We'll pretend you're saying happy birthday, all that. I'll try to call back in a break later.
Okay.
Did you get your presents?
I did. I haven't opened them yet.
Okay. Love you.
Love y'all too.
You could open them live during your broadcast.
I wouldn't.
All right. Love you, David.
Love
Bye-bye.
y'all too. Bye. When the parents call on your birthday, you answer. So, there. I've completed my child obligation. And now all of y'all watching know it's my birthday. Yeah. I guess that's one way to boost common interaction. All right. So, again, we're here because we have a tornado warning. This does include the city of Midland, the city of Odessa. Realistically, the circulation is closer to Odessa than Midland. But Midland, you could get softball-size hail. Thank you, Catherine Brown. I appreciate it. And again, so those of you in Odessa, Midland, supercell, capable and, well, with a history of producing baseball to softball size hail. That qualifies as giant hail, moving southeast. Crossing 191. Be in a safe place. The storm could go tornadic and produce a tornado as it starts interacting with this outflow boundary. This outflow boundary being this little guy right here, this little fella. That's kind of being ingested up into the circulation right here. The reason this may look a little weird is this is the radar. We're looking really close to the radar. So we got a very good low-level look, but sometimes you get too good of a look and it starts to look a little weird, and that's kind of what we're doing here just because the radar is literally right next door. I can switch over to the Dias radar, and you'll see this is more of a classic-looking severe storm. Look at the velocity modes, and yeah, this thing's got an updraft the size of New Hampshire and, you know, a hail core dropping softballs. But here's what it looks like from literally within the storm. But again, we're seeing winds over 60 miles an hour in the city of Midland. We're looking like 50 feet above the ground, so this is happening. We got winds 60 miles an hour in Midland. We could have quarter to softball size hail. Nasty winds, heavy rain. All right, back up into West Texas we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? Oh yeah, by the way, down here in the eastern Big Bend, storms north of Sanderson, storms south of McCamey, hail, wind. Back up in West Texas, these storms. We got a storm west of Loveland, southwest of Morin. We got a storm southwest of Plains, north of Denver City. These storms, we'll have to watch for signs of low-level rotation, but for now, they could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. We'll keep an eye up just in case they try to start shooting out spinny, spinny, doom, doom. Back up in the Panhandle, we've got a line of strong to severe storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Storm report from Midland in Midland County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.00 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, 2-inch diameter hail at Midland Park Mall on North Loop 250.
All right, I gotta close this door. I'm pretty sure I'm about to have a dog party out in the house.
Falls and Limestone County in Texas.
All right. The camera's really good at following me now, so we're just gonna do, literally, I'll just stand up and do coverage like this for a little while. It's probably good for my back anyway. So again, it is 5:14 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We've got a cluster of severe storms in the northern Texas Panhandle. These are going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 50 miles an hour. You can see that warning just expired. But still, that could have some strong winds as it moves down towards places like Dumas, over to Spearman, Pampa, and Amarillo. Well, I'm going to look, and oh, sweet Mama May, that was an interesting convergence of doomy destruction. Yeah, she was already hyper. Now she's very hyper. Yep. All right, so down to West Texas we go, ladies and gentlemen. We do have, again, severe thunderstorms with hail up to size of tennis balls, localized damaging winds. Those are only moving east at about 15 miles an hour. We've got a tornado warning. This does include northeastern sections of the city of Odessa, the city of Midland, the potential for baseball to softball size hail. Very strong winds of Midland right now.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ector, Martin, and Midland County in Texas.
Case in point, that storm's moving south-southeast about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Circulation now on 191 just north of Interstate 20, northeast sides of Odessa. Hail in Midland. Let's go take a look back into northern sections of the Brazos Valley into northeast Texas. The potential for thunderstorms to produce damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. These are moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Also will have the potential of producing maybe a bit of hail. So again, that's with these storms moving southeast into the northern Brazos Valley, east-northeast Texas. Out here, we've got a severe storm that was tornado warned earlier. It's going to be east of Marshall. No tornado warning with that. Still might have some quarter-size hail. It's storming and pouring. Longview to Tyler. We've got a flash flood warning out here for pretty much all these cities. Again, flash floodings galore. Please don't drive into flooded roadways. And then we've got some storms starting to develop across portions of southeast Texas, east Texas. This cluster of storms from pretty much all the way from near Marlin to Palestine to Henderson will continue moving southeast. We may see some storms develop southeast of all this over the next little while. Regardless, it's going to be a wet evening. We've got some storms starting to develop back around Georgetown, Round Rock, Pflugerville. Those may start trying to throw out some hail here soon. One storm northwest of Temple. Again, there could be some nickel to quarter size hail with these over the next little while. Localized damaging winds. Nothing like we saw over the last couple weeks for what it's worth right now. But again, we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for the Midland, Odessa areas. Mainly Midland, you're getting the hail and wind. Circulation approaching, really, it's the Midland International Air and Spaceport. That's still weird to say. But again, oh boy, that's not good. Really strong winds just north of the Midland radar. We're showing winds of, well, we're getting what's called range folding or velocity mix over here. But again, we're seeing winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour at the airport based on radar data. And we're looking at, we're looking right here. This is 62 feet above the ground. You see that little spinning line of doom and then the little cone of shame or silence? That's the radar. I'm actually a little worried we're about to lose this radar. Please don't destroy the radar. We like our radar. We don't have enough of these as it is. We now have a report of a extremely dangerous tornado near Interstate 20 and the Midland Airport. So again, we're now getting reports of a tornado in progress near or on the Midland International Air and Spaceport approaching Interstate 20. So again, apparently we have a tornado down trying to destroy our weather radar in proximity of the Midland Air and Spaceport coming up or coming down to Interstate 20. So again, those of you in northeast Odessa up to the airport, in Midland to Midland, you need to be in a safe place. And again, we've apparently got a tornado down trying to eat the radar, which really needs to stop. So again, Weather Service is calling this, I'll just read the text verbatim. At 5:17 p.m., a confirmed extremely dangerous tornado was located near Midland International Air and Spaceport, 9 miles east of Odessa, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Weather spotters confirm tornado. This tornado warning includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 121 and 134. So again, we have reports of a tornado down now near the Midland International Air and Spaceport, northeast of Odessa, southwest really of the city of Midland. We're going to find out just exactly how strong the winds are here because the airport's got the weather observation equipment. I'm going to actually try to see if I can't pull up a TechStock camera that has this. But again, those of you from the east sides of the city of Odessa through Midland need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room. Away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I-20 is gridlocked, going through Midland and Odessa. So again, a report of a tornado down near the Midland Air and Spaceport. And we haven't had a new update from the Midland radar in about 4 to 5 minutes. I am really worried we may have just lost this radar. No, we just got an update, which means the radar's still there, thankfully. Okay, so let's go back to this. Again, a tornado in progress now. Apparently a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson, Dallam, Hansford, Hartley, Hutchinson, Moore, Oldham, Potter, and Sherman County in Texas.
I would not be shocked if this was the tornado. But again, using the which way the wind's blowing mode again, we're looking at the radar. We got winds over 70 miles an hour. And again, apparently, we do have a tornado down with this thunderstorm near the Midland International Air and Spaceport near Interstate 20, about 8 miles east of Odessa, while Midland itself is getting hit with the hail, the nasty winds. I just got a report of softball-sized hail just near the Midland International Air and Spaceport. So again, this is a confirmed tornado, along with softball-sized hail. Tornado be near the Midland Air and Spaceport. And this storm is going to be moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. I-20 is probably gridlocked now. So again, this is a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm near Interstate 20, near the Midland Air and Spaceport. We've got softball-sized hail falling in parts of Midland.
Internation in Midland County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, view from NWS Midland of tornado south of the airport on I-20.
So again, there's a report you don't hear often. The National Weather Service in Midland has a visual of the tornado from their office at the Midland Air and Spaceport over near or on Interstate 20. So again, we've got a tornado down near Interstate 20, south of the Midland Airport, visually confirmed by the Weather Service office in Midland, looking out their window before scuttling to shelter. So again, this storm also has a history of producing softball-sized hail. We've got hail in Midland. The worst hail may be between Midland and Odessa. Likely now on 191, just northwest of the airport. This is going to be crossing I-20 at FM 1788, the potential for, well, a tornado down and softball-sized hail right behind it. Moving southeast at about 20, 25 miles an hour. All right, let's go back to the state view. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. I just lost my Stream Deck. That was interesting. Please don't crash my computer. Please don't crash my computer. Did not crash the computer. That's nice. New tornado warning coming out, so the computer's about to squeal like a happy birthday. Let that warning come across. All right, at 5:24.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Ector, Midland, and Upton County in Texas.
At 5:24 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Midland International Air and Spaceport, 8 miles east of Odessa, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing softball-sized hail. This is a confirmed tornado moving across now Interstate 20, just south of the Air and Spaceport. This thereafter is going to be moving southeast over pretty rural areas. This will include central Ector, southern Midland, northern Upton counties, including SkyWest Airport and Warfield. This tornado warning includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 119 and 132. And again, this is a confirmed tornado. I'll pull up the report. You can read it. Was confirmed by spotters and from the National Weather Service office in Midland itself, looking out their window. Outside of that, we've got other storms. We've got a cluster now across portions of East Texas down to the Brazos Valley, moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. These will have the potential of producing damaging winds over 60 miles per hour, flooding rainfall, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Again, this is cluster number 1 that will continue moving into East Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas tonight. Well, this evening before moving off moving into Louisiana or moving off the Texas Gulf Coast. Back up in the Panhandle, we've got a cluster of storms capable of producing winds over 70 miles an hour. These will likely continue to move southeast across portions of, well, the Texas Panhandle, eventually making it down towards Vega, Amarillo, Borger, Pampa. This may be the beginning of what could be a longer-lived cluster of storms that goes all the way all night, moving across Texas. We've got scattered supercells across West Texas. We've got scattered
Local storm report from 1 miles west of Longview in Gregg County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by train spotter. Additional information, flooding reported in Longview near Pine Tree High School to Gilmer Road.
These individual supercells currently only moving east at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. They could have up to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall. We've got a confirmed tornado now southeast of Interstate 20, southeast of the Midland International Air and Spaceport. This storm is going to be moving southeast at 25 miles an hour away from the cities of Midland and Odessa. Odessa, most of y'all, you're going to have strong winds, but no big hail or that. Midland, you're getting hail. Midland Air and Spaceport, you're getting big hail. You're getting, could be up to softball size hail. We got other supercells north of Sanderson. Notice that Sanderson storm's actually turned right. That might actually make a run at Sanderson and Highway 90. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. That could have some quarter to golf ball size hail. We've got storms between McCamey, northeast of Bakersfield on I-10. Those storms generally moving off to the east slowly, could have hail. We got a few storms trying to go up in the eastern Concho Valley, but that didn't really succeed. And we've got a cluster of strong to severe storms from northeast Texas and the Arklatex, East Texas, moving towards East Texas in the Brazos Valley. The potential for localized winds over 65 miles an hour. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Flash flooding is going to be the big issue. It's my birthday. Be happy I'm not singing happy birthday to myself. Okay, and then Panhandle again, we got storms. So, looking out at the state, this is what we're dealing with over the last hour. Cluster of storms number 1 across portions of, well, the Brazos Valley, North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas. These are going to keep moving southeast into southeast Texas, the Piney Woods, with the potential of damaging winds, hail, flooding. Notice we have some new storms going up around Round Rock up to Temple Bell, and those could be hailers. Flash flooding. This whole evolution of this cluster out here across western Texas, really the western third of Texas, those are going to be moving southeast. East-southeast tonight. We're going to see a big old cluster evolve, probably a couple clusters. Damaging winds, hail, flooding. All right, let's get back to Midland. Now we've actually got a pretty nasty looking velocity signature with this, now that we've gotten some distance between the radar. So let's get back to it. Large tornado now in progress south of Interstate 20. This is going to be with a thunderstorm that moved over the International Air and Spaceport east of the city of Odessa. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and yeah, my velocity mode here is not going to do this well. Stand by, I might just have to show you on the camera. If I do, that's fine. See, right here. Yeah, it's range folding here just to make life difficult. But we've got winds moving towards the radar at 105 miles an hour. We've got winds moving away from the radar at 105 miles an hour. We have a tornado debris signature. And folks, we're looking like
A new severe
150
thunderstorm
feet off
warning
the
has been
ground.
issued for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, Rusk, and Smith County in Texas.
So again, we have a large destructive tornado in progress now. This is going to be southeast of Interstate 20, east of the city of Odessa, moving away from Odessa, moving away from Midland. That's your reflectivity. There's your well-defined hook echo. Back to the debris tracker, that's your tornado debris signature right there. Large destructive tornado. We've got damaging hail, wind velocities over 180 miles an hour with this. So again, strong tornado in progress with this circulation now southeast of the city of Odessa. Let me see if I can't get some roads on here. The one thankful benefit here is it's pretty rural, but if we have folks out here, it's a problem. I'm just going to try to pull this up on Google Maps, try to give you some references. Again, this tornado in progress right now is going to
Texas
be...
local storm report from 3 miles southeast of Dumas in Moore County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 64 miles per hour. Reported by Messonnier.
7 miles south-southwest of the International Air Spaceport. This is going to be 5 miles southeast of Interstate 20 and Loop 338. This is going to be about 12 miles southwest of Highway 349 and Interstate 20. Large tornado in progress. We have a debris signature. This, again, is over rural areas. This is going to be really in proximity of FM 1788 or County Road 1788, Dora Roberts Road. And again, there's not a lot of folks out here, but there are folks. So again, this may be County Road 1788, 1220, Stream Road, County Road 201, Dora Roberts Road, the KODM FM radio antenna. And again, I mean, oh my goodness, look at this. Let me zoom out a little, just give you reference. But again, folks, you're looking at the stinking tornado. It's even got a donut hole in the middle of it. We're looking so close to this radar. Let me show you just the reflectivity mode here. And again, clear cut. This is your almost feeder band. Folks, you're looking at tornado. There's your donut hole right there. We're so close to this thing. And there you go. There's your tornado debris signature. We've got a large damaging tornado in progress southeast of Odessa, southwest of Midland. This is a tornado emergency. Now, again, this is a tornado emergency for areas south of the Midland International Airport. This is a tornado emergency. A large, violent tornado is located 7 miles south of the Midland, Odessa, the Midland International Air and Spaceport. 9 miles southeast of Odessa. This is a tornado emergency. This is a large, violent tornado. Yes, it is over mostly rural areas, but if you're under this, you've got a big problem. This large, violent tornado is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This includes SkyWest Airport. Those of you southeast of the city of Odessa, southwest of Midland, this is a tornado emergency for areas south of the Midland International Air and Spaceport. A large, violent tornado is 8 miles south of the Midland International Air and Spaceport, moving southeast, south-southeast at 15 to 20 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency. Those of you near SkyWest Airport, southeast of Loop 338, south of Interstate 20, along and west of Highway 349, need to take immediate action to protect yourselves and your family. Anyone who's out here, I realize it may not be many folks, but there are probably folks out here. If you are in a sturdy site-built structure, you need to get to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, now. Best bet, storm cellar, storm shelter, something like that. If you are in a mobile home, a trailer, or in a vehicle, the best bet you can do for this is just get out of the way. That's all I'm going to say. I can say that because we're in a very rural area. I would never get that advice in a city. But out here, if you're southeast of Odessa, south of Midland, southeast of Interstate 20, I want to be clear. This is moving away from the city of Midland, the city of Odessa. But you will not survive if you are in a mobile home, a trailer, or a vehicle and you get hit by this tornado. And again, this is a tornado emergency. You're wondering why you haven't seen this blinky pink box of doom before? That's because we don't see these very often. This is a tornado emergency south of the Midland International Air and Space Port. A large, violent tornado in progress, moving southeast at 15 to 20 miles an hour. We advise no travel on Highway 349 south of Interstate 20. We'd advise no one try to go southeast out of Odessa, southeast of Loop 338, Dora Roberts Road, not a good idea. 1788, not a good idea. 1787, really not a good idea. Again, you can see tornado in progress. This is a tornado emergency. And again, we're focusing on the most intense, life-threatening storms. I don't give a flippity-boppity-boo if this may be in the middle of nowhere. There are probably still folks here. So again, y'all need to be in a safe place if you're down here. We could have softball-sized hail still falling on Interstate 20 from near the Midland International Air and Space Port to the city of Midland. Odessa, you're pretty much clear from this. This thing is not going to be an issue for Odessa. Again, large, destructive tornado capable of producing major damage. This is a tornado emergency. All right, looking out. We have no other tornado warnings in the state right now. And again, you can see the pink blinky box of doom. We got storms eastern half of the state.
From 4 miles west of Kilgore in Gregg County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information. Report of a tree down on FM 1639 near Gregg County line north of Overton. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran and Yoakum County in Texas.
I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It's 5:40 on the 30th of May, 2024. We have a tornado emergency south of the Midland International Air and Space Port. Large destructive hail. Large damaging tornado. We got large hail in Midland to the airport. Odessa, you got strong winds, but you're mostly clear. Midland, you're clear from the tornado. I want to emphasize the tornado is south of I-20, moving away from I-20, moving away from Midland, Odessa, riding down 1788. It may be in proximity of Dora Roberts Road or at least a few miles thereof. Anyone down there, you need to be in a safe place. We have a cluster of storms moving into the Brazos Valley, East Texas. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour, nickel to quarter to half-dollar size hail. We could have softball size hail in Midland. Cluster of storms across the northern Texas panhandle moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Could also maybe have a wee bit of hail, heavy rain that may cause some street flooding, quick rises along creeks and streams. We've got isolated supercells in West Texas. The potential for damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Tennis ball to baseball size hail. Heavy rainfall. We'll have to keep an eye on those storms in case they attempt to go tornadic. The potential for that does exist. Places like Cochran County, Yoakum County, northwest of Denver City, these storms we're going to have to watch carefully over the next few hours. Eventually, the activity across western half of the state will congeal into our next cluster. That will move east with another round of storms late tonight into tomorrow for the eastern two-thirds of the state of Texas, with more damaging winds, more hail, more flooding rainfall. But again, the National Weather Service has declared a tornado emergency for this circulation, this tornado south of the Midland International Air and Space Port. This is moving down 1788 Dora Roberts Road, County Road or FM 3503. And again, this is going to be a strong to significant tornado. We got winds moving towards the radar up at the airport 8 miles away of about 65, winds moving away of 115. We've at times had a well-evidenced tornado debris signature. There's not a lot down here, but there's definitely stuff. And that stuff is getting lofted. I mean, there's a lot of industry that was just south of I-20. Oh, there was a man-made camp. So again, we got a lot of oil-related industry south of Midland down here, south of the airport, south of I-20. Y'all need to be in a safe place, and that's a sturdy site-built structure. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, Weather Service has declared a tornado emergency with this thunderstorm. Storms in West Texas, Yoakum County, near Plains, up to Cochran County, Lehman. Those storms are starting to show increased areas of rotation. Could have very large hail right now. The potential will exist maybe for a few tornadoes with that. But again, we're going to focus on this storm. Those of you south of Midland, east of Odessa, 1788, all the way down to 3503 Dora Roberts Road, down to 1787, Highway 349. Y'all need to be in a safe place. And that, in this case, is a very sturdy site-built structure. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Oh, that feature works. And I think this is actually the first ever tornado emergency we've had in the Permian Basin in West Texas. But again, that's what this is. Tornado emergencies are reserved for the most dangerous tornadoes when there is high confidence a large, violent tornado is in progress. Now, the radar indications from this have mellowed out a bit. The velocities have come down. I mean, the west sides of this circulation, the rear flank downdraft, we got winds over 100 miles an hour. I mean, we still, even if we don't have a tornado here, we've got, 120 mile an hour winds on the backside of the circulation here. We could still easily have a tornado develop out of this. This, again, would be south of I-20, southeast of Odessa, south of Midland, south of the International Air and Spaceport, probably in proximity of FM 1788, north of 1787 for now, but moving down towards 1787, and Highway 349 over rural areas. This is going to be over rural areas of northern Upton, southern Midland counties. This is east of Ector County, and it's going to be moving southeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Again, this thing's put down a pretty bad tornado already, and it could put another one down at any time. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, there's softball size hail. Midland got another hailer. All right, let's go back, look at some of these other storms real quick. Sanderson, for what it's worth. Storms northeast of y'all, the potential for big hail, big wind. Supercell northwest of Denver City, southwest of Plains. That's a well-organized storm. That could have tennis ball to baseball size hail. That is moving southeast at 10 miles an hour towards Denver City. Now, it's moving slowly, so it's going to be a while, but Denver City, heads up, you may have an issue with this if it goes tornadic. Further north, we've got a supercell. That's going to be southwest of Morden, southwest of Whiteface, west of Sundown. That's going to be crossing 214 south of 125, moving east at about 15. That could have baseball to softball size hail. Up in the Panhandle, we've got a complex of severe thunderstorms moving southeast from near Channing to Dumas, west of Stinnett. It's going to be moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 60 to 70. In fact, that's not good. This thing's really become a wind This thing's become a nasty wind maker now. We could have winds over 75 miles an hour with this thunderstorm. As it moves southeast, we've had a wind gust to 64 miles an hour reported in Dumas. We had a 58 mile an hour wind gust northeast of Sunray. Radars indicating we could have winds over 75 miles an hour with this storm complex as it approaches Stinnett, Fritch, 287 north of the city of Amarillo. We got a line of storms from Longview and Marshall to Henderson to Jacksonville and Russ to Elkhart. Those storms moving southeast, the potential for nickel to quarter size hail, 60 mile an hour winds, and the potential for very heavy rainfall to cause flooding. And again, these storms are going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Back into the Brazos Valley, we have a broken line of thunderstorms on Highway 79 all the way from Interstate 45 near Buffalo to Hearn, all the way to Round Rock. The potential for some hail out of this activity, the potential for localized damaging wind gusts. And Taylor, you may be getting in on some hail over the next several minutes with this thunderstorm. And we've got more isolated storms around Austin up to Round Rock, Pflugerville. None of those are considered severe right now, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Okay, we've got a tornado warning. This is going to be southeast of Odessa. Moving southeast. Down FM 1788 towards 1787, Highway 349, southern portions of Midland County, northern portions of Upton County. This storm is moving away from the city of Midland, moving away from the city of Odessa. This will not be a threat to either city in terms of tornadoes. We still have heavy rain, maybe gusty winds and hail in Midland. That'll be calming down shortly.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Travis and Williamson County in Texas.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break. We do note this storm near the city of Taylor has gone severe. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Oh, no, we're not. Every time I say that, we get new warnings. So let's just sit here.
Issued for Armstrong, Carson, Gray, Hutchinson, Moore, Oldham, Potter, Randall, and Roberts County in Texas.
All right, we'll put a storm track on this whole mess. Moving southeast at 40. I'm going to do 45 because it makes me happy. Spearman by 610, Borger 615, Stinnett 6 to 605, City of Pampa about 645, Panhandle 645. We'll see if it takes that long. Panhandle about 640, 635, City of Amarillo by 630. The potential for strong damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, blowing dust, heavy rainfall, maybe a wee bit of hail. So again, that's going to be making a ruckery on 287 between Amarillo and Dumas. Could be making a ruckery on 154 from Pampa to Stinnett to Dumas. 60 is going to be unpleasant between Amarillo all the way up to Canadian and 83 as this line of storms moves southeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. And blowing gusts. Back in West Texas we go. These storms around south of Morton, capable of quarter to tennis ball size hail, moving east slowly at 15. We got a storm south of Plains over 214 northwest of Denver City. This could be quarter to baseball size hail, and yes, these storms are rotating. We're going to have to keep an eye on them closely just in case they try to do some sort of mischief, but for now, they're hailers. And then, of course, we have this tornado warning that is southern Midland, northern portions of Upton County and the Permian Basin. This storm has a history of producing a tornado. Softball size hail, damaging straight line winds. Let's see if this works. Zoom out further. Nope, I don't have the AI feature on, sad. Let's try this. Nope. All right, I tried. All right, so it is 5:52 on the 30th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got a tornado southeast of Odessa by 12 miles, about 10 to 15 southwest of Midland, moving away at 25 miles an hour. Could still have softball-sized hail over rural portions of southern Midland and northern Upton counties.
Texas
This storm.
local storm report from 4 miles north of Denver City in Yoakum County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.00 inches. Reported by NWS employee.
Moving
Additional
south.
information, falling on Highway 214. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Midland County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Yoakum County in Texas.
All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick 8-minute break, 7-minute break. We're going to be back here at 6 p.m. with another severe weather update, and we'll take a look at what we can expect for the rest of tonight into tomorrow. Here's a hint, it's going to be busy. So we'll be back here at 6 o'clock with our next update sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 2 miles north of Denver City in Yoakum County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 3.00 inches. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, on Highway 214. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver and Texas County in Oklahoma. Hansford, Hutchinson, Ogletree, and Roberts County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gaines County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am the one, the only, the Baldy in Chief. Whoa, that was fun. It's 6 p.m., the 30th of May, 2024. Let's talk about what we've got going on right now. We've got thunderstorms. We've got a cluster of storms with damaging winds over 70 miles an hour moving across the Texas Panhandle, southeast towards Amarillo, Pampa, Miami, Groom, Canyon. Those storms may not look super impressive on radar, but they do have damaging winds. We're going to have a squealy warning come out in a second, and when that does, I'll quit talking for a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Midland and Upton County in Texas.
All right, we've got a cluster, well, we've got a supercell now well south of Midland, southeast of Odessa, that's got a history of tornadoes and softball-size hail. We've got severe thunderstorms that are in progress across portions of Cochran County. That storm's weakening.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Milam and Robertson County in Texas.
We've got softball-size hail about to move into Denver City and Seagraves. That eventually could be an issue for Seminole and Gaines County. If that storm keeps up, it would actually end up in Midland, Odessa in about 2 hours. We've got a storm northeast of Sanderson moving towards Dryden with hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos and Burleson County in Texas.
We've got scattered severe storms in the Brazos Valley with cluster number 1. Those storms mostly moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, heavy rain that may cause flooding. So what are we expecting as we go into tonight and Friday? Well, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And we'll see. Don't get run over by a fire truck. So we're going to take a look we're just going to look from 8 p.m. through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm going to let this data load for a second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Midland and Upton County in Texas.
These storms, well, southeast Texas storms, they're probably going to make it into southeast Texas, but then you can see... it's going to be a long and busy night. We're going to have a complex of strong to severe thunderstorms moving southeast from the Panhandle in West Texas into northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, parts of the Concho Valley, the Brazos Valley, the Arklatex, and northeast Texas tonight into the morning hours Friday. Yes, this could be another one of these situations where we have localized hurricane force wind gusts over 75 miles an hour, more hail, maybe a spin-up tornado, and more flooding rainfall. And yes, this is a situation
Texas
where...
local storm report from 2 miles west-southwest of Hearn in Robertson County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 60 miles per hour. Reported by AWO. Additional information, measured at KLHB.
The potential for these storms to roll into the DFW Metroplex, 3 to 5 a.m. Maybe a bit earlier. Maybe a bit later.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran and Hockley County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
Okay, we've got a report of a tornado near or northeast of Sanderson now, down in Terrell County, moving southwest at 10 miles an hour. So apparently, this little soupy down here has managed to put a tornado down. And again, this is going to probably be just east of Sanderson. I'll be honest, we have horrible radar coverage down here. I mean, we're looking far away, but these storms have the potential of damaging winds, hail, and yeah, we may have a tornado in progress just east of Sanderson. So Sanderson, heads up. Knowing what most folks do, if you look outside and see a tornado, it'd be a good idea to take shelter. Probably would be northeast of town, but it could be close. Otherwise, this is going to be over the middle of nowhere, but it will be crossing Highway 90 near or east of Sanderson, west of Dryden. So again, this is a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado near Sanderson, moving south at 10 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail with that. So again, that's tornado warning number 2. We've got a thunderstorm. This again has another confirmed tornado with it. This is going to be in southern Midland County, moving into northern Upton County. This is going to be an issue for Highway 349 south of Midland. This is now, we're talking, 20 miles southwest of Midland. This is going to be a good 15 to 20 miles southeast of Odessa. This storm is going to be moving into rural portions of northern Upton County. Eventually, this could be an issue for the city of Rankin, and is probably going to be an issue for Highway 67 between Rankin and Big Lake within the next 2 hours. Again, this thing is on a boundary, which has helped enhance its tornado potential. Bad. And this thing put a big, bad, very bad tornado down a bit earlier south of Midland International Airport. In fact, you could see it from the airport. So again, we've got a thunderstorm 20 miles south of Midland moving towards rural Upton County. That has a tornado with it. We've got a tornado reported near Sanderson on Highway 90, all the way down almost on the Mexico border. This storm in no man radar land, again, the potential for a tornado with this just east of Sanderson. That's going to be crossing over Highway 90. So those who may actually have a cell signal down there and can, hear us, no travel between Highway 349 and Highway 285 on Highway 90 until this thunderstorm makes it farther south. For those of you wondering, yes, this is Terrell County, Texas. The word county being affixed to the end of it is a good indication that, yeah, we're talking Terrell County, Texas. It can be confusing. If you heard Terrell, we're concerned. No, we're not talking about the Terrell up in Kaufman County. We're talking about Terrell County down in the Big Bend. There's 254 counties in Texas, and some are named like big cities too. I bet you didn't know there's 2 Cedar Hills, one in Dallas County and one out here east of Lubbock. Okay, I'm sorry. Jason's going to take my caffeine away. I'm going to actually, at this point, I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. That Denver City storm is actually starting to show a pretty good circulation.
Texas storm report from 1 miles north-northeast of Denver City in Yoakum County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 3.50 inches. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, photo via social media. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Angelina, Cherokee, Nacogdoches, Rusk, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
Now, we got some storms out here. Are you kidding?
NW Warfield in Midland County.
It's like the old style GPS that just won't stop talking to you.
Damage. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, 3-inch tree limbs broken, power poles broken.
Okay, so we've got supercells, one on 125 near Whiteface west of Loveland. Unfortunately, this is moving east towards Loveland, has the potential of producing quarter to ping-pong ball-sized hail 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Texas local storm report from Warfield in Midland County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, 3-inch tree limbs broken, power poles broken. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk County in Texas.
We've got a supercell over Denver City that could have baseball to softball size hail. We are starting to see some increasing mid-level rotation. I believe this is the storm our folks are on out there. I don't think we have data for live streams, but we'll have to keep an eye on that storm as it moves southeast. That storm could end up trying to do some spinny mischief. Okay, a funnel cloud with dust circulation qualifies as a tornado, by the way, to the storm spotter / chaser that just reported a funnel cloud with dust circulation. So if that's the case, we may end up actually having a circulation issue, and we may end up having a tornado warning for Gaines County here in a minute. With this storm near Denver City, a spotter just reported a funnel cloud with a dust circulation, which, P.S., typically that means tornado, because if you have a ground circulation, that qualifies as a tornado, even if there's not a fully condensed, funnel cloud going from all the way to the surface to the base of the cloud. Today's storm spotting lesson with Baldy in Chief. By the way, this thing's throwing out softball-size hail in Denver City. I'm very sorry. I broke the radar. We're going to have to reset that very quickly. I don't like this new camera and how it's super high res and just pointing out all the ugliness of this face. I look over and I'm like, oh, wow, that's sharp. Oh, wow, that's ugly. Yeah, pretty much. All right, so again, we've got a tornado warning for Sanderson. We've got a storm capable of producing a tornado near Sanderson, just east of Sanderson on Highway 90. Once that moves south of 90, it's in no man's land. We've got a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes now about 20 to 22 miles south of Midland. This storm is going to be approaching Highway 349 soon. This thing has a history of producing tornadoes, could have winds over 100 miles an hour, softball-size hail. Back up into West Texas, this storm near Denver City has a history of softball-size hail. Can't rule out a tornadic circulation with that over the next little while as it moves down 214 towards Seminole in Gaines County. Up north, we've got a severe storm capable of quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail on Highway 125 near Whiteface, moving east, unfortunately, right towards the hard-hit Loveland, who were hit with 120-mile-an-hour straight-line winds yesterday. It may have been 2 days ago. The days are, it's hard to keep up. But yeah, that's what they got hit by, along with hail. And then a supercell on 214. That is going to be crossing 214 about 15 miles north of Plains. Okay, up into the Panhandle. Then we're going to go back to the Brazos Valley in East Texas. We've got a line of severe storms from near Hooker, Oklahoma to Spearman, Stinnett to Borger, about 10 to 15 miles north of Amarillo. The reflectivity mode may not look super impressive, but the wind mode sure is. Very, very, very strong winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour, moving towards the city of Amarillo, moving towards Panhandle, moving down 287. This is going to be an issue for Amarillo. Could have a wall of dust with this. This is going to be an issue for Highway 60, all the way from, Panhandle all the way up to Pampa. And again, we're seeing some indications of winds over 75 miles an hour. There may not be hail, may not be a whole lot of rain, but oh mama, is there a lot of wind with this. All right. And again, that's moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. All right, let's go take a look at this mess. East Texas, we've got a cluster of severe storms now from near Marshall, west of Carthage, Cushing to Alto. That's moving southeast. We could have winds over 60 miles an hour in spots, nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rainfall that will result in flash flooding. Notice we got rain back behind the main cluster. We got flash flood warnings galore. Back into the Brazos Valley, we've got a severe storm approaching Bryan College Station. That could have, there's actually a little bit of a circulation with that. Interesting. Some damaging winds approaching Highway 21 from near Caldwell up to Bryan, Wixon Valley, all the way up 190 towards Madisonville. That could have heavy rain, hail, flooding rains too. Back over Central Texas, we've got a storm over Taylor. That might have some nickel to quarter size hail. Gusty winds, heavy rainfall. Hi, dog. No, don't start with me. No, sirree, Bob. Go lay in your bed. And then again, Permian Basin, we got this storm. Potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Heavy rain, hail. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening. And then we're going to take a small break. So we're going to clear everything off. Go back statewide view, and we're just going to show you what the expectations are for tonight into tomorrow morning. And again, let's just load this from 7 o'clock through 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'm going to let this data load, then I'll let it play out. Here you go. It's going to storm. Yeah, that means those of you in Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas. Another round of severe storms coming in tonight into tomorrow morning. And then more storms tomorrow afternoon. So yeah, we're going to have more storms producing damaging winds, heavy rain, hail. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado or two with the complexes tonight and tomorrow morning. So yeah, we're probably going to be dealing with more wind damage, more flooding, more hail. And we're going to have more rounds. Maybe 2 or 3. I mean, honestly, at this rate, maybe 4 or 5 by the time we get into Sunday. So it's like a train on the tracks. We're just going to keep on getting these storms rolling on in. They develop out in the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin. They develop in the western half of the state. They just come on down like Bob Barker on The Price is Right. Coming on down, moving southeast. And we're just going to be in that kind of a pattern. Tomorrow night, into Saturday, maybe even parts of Sunday. Hi, Cece. Yeah, you're a good girl. That blanket's for Aspen, not you. You're always stealing your sister's stuff. So again, this is what we're expecting tonight. All right, so let's switch back to the real-time radar. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. So again, that's all to say we're going to be here probably all night. The plan is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here at 6:30, sooner if necessary, with our next severe weather update. And again, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got multiple interactive weather radars. You're able to use our main radar under the radar tab, but if you want to use our other one, you can click the More tab, and that'll let you utilize the Zoom radar, which is the second radar. We've also got live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, and more. And yeah, we're probably going to be here all night, is the expectation with this stream. So buckle up. We'll be back here at 6:30, sooner if necessary, with our next severe weather update. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and birthday boy, David Reimer.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, and Trinity County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Grimes, Houston, and Madison County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Here, little camera. Hi, here we are. Hi. Focus. Focus. There you go. I'm proud of you, camera. Good job, y'all. Hey, you focused. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024, now 6:30 p.m. We've got storms, we've got rain, we've got flooding, and we've got more storms. All right, let's talk about what's going on. I think we have no tornado warnings now. That's a nice change of pace. We're back to severe thunderstorm and flash flood warning, so we have no tornado warnings. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of storms, and we're about to have a lot more. If you're wondering, is it going to storm again in DFW tonight and tomorrow? It's probably going to storm 3 more times in DFW over the next 24 hours. Late tonight, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night to Saturday morning, and then chances continue Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah, storm complex number 1 down in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas. Strongest of those storms have damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, hail. Looks like we had about golf ball to tennis ball size hail for a brief period around Hutto earlier in central Texas. I was with a quick developing supercell that got overstimulated and then ended up throwing out big hail and has since calmed down. That complex is going to make it into southeast Texas in the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas over the next 2 to 5 hours. Strongest storms in that, damaging winds, hail, heavy rainfall with flooding. Next wave, we've got a big old bow echo now in the Texas Panhandle from Spearman to Amarillo to Adrian. Move it southeast at about 40 miles an hour. That could have winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. That's about to move into Amarillo and Pampa. That could have some real big wind with it, unfortunately. We've got scattered severe storms, supercells, West Texas, west of Lubbock, west of La Mesa, now south of Midland. Down towards Sanderson, the Midland storm, the Denver City storm, the Sanderson storm have all had a history of producing at least brief tornadoes. Eventually, we're going to see a big old cluster of storms evolve and move southeast tonight. In fact, that cluster in the Panhandle, that's going to be in DFW probably by 3 to 4 a.m. with damaging winds and hail and heavy rain and flooding and lightning. So yeah, it's going to be a rowdy night. And as you might be able to tell, I'm thrilled. For those of you who can't see my facial expressions, it is not a face of excitement and joy. It is a face of stoicism and realization that I'm going to be up all night. We're tired of it too, by the way. If you're wondering, oh, the storm chasers, are they tired of all these storms too? Folks, we've been going almost nonstop for 5 weeks. We want a break. We're tired. We're tired of the power going out. We're tired of driving all over the place. We're tired. But we're going to be here until it's done. So again, we'll stop the loop here. Let's just take a look at what's going on right now. On the higher res radar data, we got this bow echo in the Panhandle. That's moving southeast. Again, that's from near Spearman, approaching Skellytown, down to Bishop Hills and Amarillo. We could have winds and hail. In fact, the wind department, this thing's got some nasty winds about to move into Amarillo, up Highway 60 towards Panhandle. We could have winds of 70 miles an hour. So that's going to bring some dust, some strong winds, probably power outages to portions of the Panhandle. Up into, yeah, pretty much. All right, and that's moving southeast at 40. This may end up in the Metroplex by 4 a.m. West Texas, we have isolated to scattered severe storms. We've got a storm just west of Loveland on 114/125. That has the potential of some gusty winds and small hail. It's weakening. Much stronger supercell, southwest of Whiteface, southwest of Sundown. That could have quarter to tennis ball size hail. That's moving southeast. That may be an issue for places like Brownfield and Meadow by 8 o'clock. Denver City. This storm has a history of producing a brief tornado near Denver City and softball size hail a bit earlier. This storm is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour, the potential for softball-sized hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out a tornado. This could be an issue for Seminole in northern Gaines County, over the next little while. That's moving southeast. Cluster of storms around Midland. We've lost that real organized supercell, which is good. This thing's calmed itself down quite a bit, but now we have storms building back up into Odessa. We could have some gusty winds. We could have nickel to quarter size hail. Midland, you're doing well. You're fine for now. It's dry, but you're probably going to have more later, it looks like. So again, we've got storms southeast sides of Odessa now to southern Midland County. And those are generally progressing off to the east, southeast, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We've got a nasty storm on Highway 90 near Highway 349. This storm has the potential of baseball to softball size hail on Highway 90 around Dryden, the Sanderson County Airport. Otherwise, that's going to be over very rural areas before it moves over the Rio Grande and down into Mexico. Back in the Brazos Valley in central Texas. We've got storms southeast of Taylor. May have quarter-size hail with that one. Not really showing too much wind. We've got storms on Highway 21 from Caldwell to Bryan, Wixon Valley, up 190. Through Madisonville, up 21 through Midway, Crockett.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran, Hockley, Terry, and Yoakum County in Texas.
All the way up to near Nacogdoches, Tatum, and Carthage in East Texas. All these storms are part of a thunderstorm complex that's organized and is moving southeast. Localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, not a big hail threat. Heavy rain. Oh yeah, that's probably going to be the most widespread issue with this.
Texas
A quick 1 to 3 inches of rain with flash flooding.
County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 64 miles per hour. Reported by public. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Angelina, Cherokee, and Nacogdoches County in Texas.
And then back to the radar we go. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to storm. So again, round 1, Brazos Valley, parts of central Texas, East Texas. Moving southeast at 30 miles an hour towards southeast Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, the Golden Triangle through this evening. Strongest storms, winds over 60 miles an hour, the potential for nickel to quarter size hail. Flooding rainfall that will cause flooding. Hence the word flooding rainfall. Goodness, now I'm hiccuping. I should have gone a cookie cake. All right, back and then the western half of the state, you see that whole broken line of storms? Yeah, that's going to roll east tonight across the eastern two-thirds of Texas.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Harrison, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County in Texas.
All right.
A new severe
We'll be back here at 7 o'clock, sooner if necessary, with our next severe weather update.
new tornado warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
And ladies and gentlemen, again, that's going to be a new tornado warning for far southern Terrell County. Terrell County, not the city of Terrell in Kaufman County. That'll be for Highway 90 around Dryden, the Sanderson County, or Sanderson Regional Airport, down to the Rio Grande, in portions of the Big Bend of Texas. That's the only tornado warning we have at this time. We'll be back at 7 p.m. sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gaines County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Grimes, Houston, Madison, Montgomery, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Williamson County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Midland and Upton County in Texas.
And ladies and gentlemen, an update from Baldy in Chief. We'll just go ahead and take a look at that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, Gray, Hemphill, Hutchinson, Potter, Randall, Roberts, and Wheeler County in Texas.
That was excessive. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm that has intensified again. This is capable of producing a tornado on the Upton-Midland County line, about 3 miles west of Highway 349. Very strong signature here, capable of a tornado. In fact, wouldn't be shocked. Maybe a little tornado debris signature. We're going to have here is, again, winds moving towards the radar at about 60, winds moving away at about 60. So again, tornado likely in progress. Far northern portions of Upton County. This is in the very, very, very rural area, about 25 miles south of Midland, about 20 miles southeast of Odessa, moving south-southeast right now only at 5 miles an hour. It's just sitting. So again, this is on the Midland-Upton County line, about 5 miles west of Highway 349. No communities in the path of this right now. This storm's just spinning out there all by its lonesome, not doing much. But again, tornado likely in progress, 5 miles west of Highway 349 on the Upton-Midland County line. We'll be back at 7 p.m. with your next severe weather update.
Texas local storm report from 8 miles east-southeast of Pleasant Farms in Upton County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, large tornado formed on the Upton/Midland County line. Texas local storm report from 9 miles north of Seminole in Gaines County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.00 inches. Reported by other federal. Additional information, 2-inch diameter hail on US-62. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sabina County in Louisiana. Angelina, Nacogdoches, Sabina, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Polk, San Jacinto, and Trinity County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver and Texas County in Oklahoma. Hansford, Hemphill, Hutchinson, Lipscomb, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 5 miles southeast of Taylor in Williamson County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, reports of 0.5 inch to 1 inch hail near CR 448/FM 619.
Alright, that's going to be a tornado warning for these storms on the Texas-Louisiana border. A very small tornado warning. We're going to have to deal with it for a wee bit. This is going to be for a spin-up circulation east of Carthage now. This is going to literally be on the Texas-Louisiana border almost. This is southeast of Highway 79. Good distance east of Carthage. This is one of these little spin-up curlicues on the front edge of a squall line. This is not going to be an issue for the city of Carthage. It won't be an issue for us very long either, but again, it's going to be well north of the Toledo Bend Reservoir, southeast of DeBerry. This is going to be on FM 123. Not all that far from Nansko Farms in far eastern Panola County in East Texas. So again, this is a quick tornado warning for far eastern Panola County in East Texas. This storm will not be in the state very long, but those of you on FM 123 east of Highway 79, southeast of DeBerry, at this point, east of FM 31 on FM 123, moving towards the Skokie Creek stream. Need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we could have a quick tornado spin up here that could knock some trees down on buildings, roads, etc. And again, this is going to be on FM 123, east of FM 31, southeast of Highway 79, well east of the city of Carthage, and southeast of DeBerry. Otherwise, it's a great place to start talking about our line of storms. We've got a pretty gnarly little line now that has developed. Potential for damaging straight line winds of 70 miles an hour. This apparently is moving east. I doubt this is moving east at 70 miles an hour. Come on now. This is moving east at about 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds of 50 to 70 miles per hour. Heavy rain that could cause flooding.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, Grimes, and Washington County in Texas.
Well, excuse my. And again, the potential for some damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Pretty good wind signature near center, actually. That could be an issue. In fact, if that tightens up at all, that may end up being a pretty good area of straight line winds over 70 miles an hour near center down Highway 87. We're going to have to make sure this actually doesn't try to spin up into a circulation near center. It's kind of trying to, but again, those of you in center down Highway 87 towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir, west of Huxley, 147-87 could have winds over 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado near center, down 87 southeast towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir and Huxley. And again, pretty nasty wind signature with this. That may just be a lot of damaging straight line winds, which in itself is nasty, but can't completely rule out the potential for a brief spin-up tornado. Regardless, a lot of trees are getting knocked down here near center and southeast of center on 87. That will be moving towards Logansport and Huxley over the next 30 minutes. Further southwest, St. Augustine to Brodus, Zavala, Dibble, Lufkin, Corrigan, Onalaska to Huntsville. We've got a line of storms. Could have winds of 16 plus miles an hour. Maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And heavy rainfall with the threat of flooding. These storms, again, wind damage, power outages. Definitely going to have to keep a close eye on that. But again, those of you around Shelbyville, the center, you could have a storm producing destructive winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and we can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado. That circulation will be moving east towards the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Huxley moving east on FM 2694. Back southwest, this thing near Elgin definitely has a hail look. This thing on 95 between Taylor and Elgin is barely moving east at 15. This could have up to golf ball size hail, maybe tennis ball size hail. And again, this would now be southeast of Taylor, northeast of Elgin, moving near Copeland, moving eventually just into rural portions of southeastern Williamson County. Otherwise, we got storms, Bryan, College Station, Snook to Huntsville, flooding, strong winds, could have a bit of heavy rain as well with, well, flooding, heavy rain, hail. Yeah, that pretty much covers it. All right, we've got this storm on the northern portions of Upton County. This had a tornado down for probably 15 minutes over very rural portions of northern Upton County. That circulation is diminishing now. We'll see if a new one develops. Storm chaser Adam Lucio is there. North of Rankin, and again, this may be an issue for Highway 67 around Rankin to Big Lake at about 8 to 8:30, maybe 9, but for now it's just rural portions of northern Upton County. Clear Midland, clear Odessa. Can't rule out more storms later. Nasty supercell northeast of Seminole. That could have up to softball size hail southeast of Seagraves. That's going to be moving southeast, crossing over Highway 180 between La Mesa and Seminole. That's just a nasty look with a nasty hail core there. We've got another storm moving into Denver City. That could have the potential for large hail up to the size of golf balls as well. Both storms moving southeast. We got storms west of Lubbock. One storm west of 214 on 125 southwest of Borden. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail moving southeast. A storm just southwest of Sundown. That is also showing a little bit of hail. And then the Panhandle, our next big old bow echo, which is going to visit parts of Oklahoma, northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas tonight into Friday morning, extending from Perryton to Pampa to Claude to Canyon. This cluster has the potential of winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour, maybe up to 70. Can't rule out some quarter-size hail. Quick round of heavy rain, but this is a wind maker. Wouldn't be shocked to have blow and dust as well. Down in Sanderson, south of Highway 90, a supercell approaching the Rio Grande. That could have a tornado and baseball-sized hail. That's in no man's land down there. So again, otherwise we have a tornado warning for far eastern portions of Panola County. This is now on the Louisiana border. Damaging straight-line winds, maybe a quick spin-up tornado. That will be in Louisiana shortly, moving towards Keechee. And that will be an issue for western DeSoto Parish and southwestern Caddo Parish in Louisiana. Their names for counties are parishes. But that'll be out of Texas here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening into tonight. Just to show you, yes, it is going to storm. We're going to look at it, well, back at 7, and it's not doing too bad. So again, let's just load it up. I'm going to load this from 8 o'clock through 10 a.m. tomorrow. Let the load loop for just a second. Give it a moment. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see, help if I put the timestamps on. Yeah. The cluster of storms in the Panhandle, that's going to evolve into a larger cluster that's going to move southeast tonight. May evolve into a derecho, or a long-lived cluster of damaging windstorms producing winds well, over 58 miles an hour over a 250-mile stretch. This could be an issue for Northwest Texas, West Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, maybe even parts of Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and East Texas. And again, we're talking about this cluster of storms around Amarillo to Perryton now. By 7 a.m., we'll probably be in the Brazos Valley to Austin, moving through the DFW Metroplex, Wichita Falls, Abilene, maybe parts of San Angelo, maybe Brownwood, Stephenville, Paris, by 7 a.m. So the strongest of these storms, damaging winds over 75 miles an hour, potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rainfall with more flooding issues. So buckle up. It's going to be a loud and rough night with more damaging wind makers. So, in case you're wondering, yes, it is going to storm tonight in Wichita Falls. It is going to storm tonight in DFW. It is going to storm tonight in Abilene. It is going to storm tomorrow morning, again in Austin. It is going to storm tomorrow morning in Waco. It is going to storm tomorrow morning in Bryan College Station. It's probably going to storm tomorrow morning in Houston. And yes, the strongest storms, damaging winds, heavy rain, hail, and lightning. But that's all storms. So, yeah, we have storms now. We're going to be dealing with severe storms probably for the next 15 hours at least. And then we're going to do it all over again tomorrow afternoon into Saturday morning. Yay. So, yeah, you're going to want to keep an eye on the weather overnight. Have a way to get weather warnings, all that. So, with that being said, we'll be back here at 7:30. Sooner if necessary with our next severe weather update. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got multiple interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, and more. So again, we'll be back here at 7:30, sooner if necessary. The Panola County storm with a brief tornado potential moving in Louisiana. We've got a storm in northern Upton County, 30 miles south of Midland. That had a relatively long-lived tornado. That tornado's lifted. And we've got a tornado possibly on the Rio Grande, well southeast of Sanderson, south of Highway 90, moving into Mexico. Again, we'll be back here 7:30 p.m., sooner if necessary, with continuing severe weather coverage.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Grimes, Montgomery, Hope, San Jacinto, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 15 miles northeast of Crane in Upton County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for DeSoto and Sabina County in Louisiana. Shelby County in Texas. Harrison, and Panola County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
All right, it's 7:30 on May the 30th, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. Let's get back to it. We've got plenty of storms to talk about. We've got a cluster of storms moving southeast across, well, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, now approaching southeast Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, that'll eventually be making its way into the Golden Triangle. Those storms moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. The most intense of those storms producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall with a flooding risk. We had a tornado warning for Panola County. That storm is in Louisiana, and the tornado warning is gone. We have a storm in southeastern Williamson County, east of Austin. We'll talk about that one in a minute. That one may be dropping tennis ball size hail now, so impactful weather. Well, again, we'll talk about that in just a minute. We got a cluster of severe storms.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Terrell County in Texas.
In the eastern Texas panhandle, those storms are moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour with the potential of 70-mile-an-hour winds. Heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail. We've got scattered severe thunderstorms capable of producing tennis ball to softball size hail across parts of West Texas and the Permian Basin. We just had a tornadic supercell southeast of Sanderson move into northern Mexico. You don't see that too often. All right, so let's start off. We're going to go from east to west because, well, I'm dyslexic and it makes me happy. So again, here's what we got. This big old line of storms moving from west, well, technically west to east and southeast. This storm, the potential for, or line of storms from near Navasota to Conroe to Livingston to Zavala, up to nearly the Toledo Bend Reservoir, north side of the Toledo Bend Reservoir, certainly, into Shreveport, Louisiana. These storms, some of them are producing damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, the potential for pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall. They will continue moving southeast this evening into southeast Texas, including the Houston Metro, the Golden Triangle, Jasper down to Beaumont, before moving into Louisiana and the Gulf of Mexico. Back here, Central Texas, let's take a quick look at this little guy. This one's apparently throwing out some relatively nasty size hail. We'll pop on the high-res radar. Radar, oh radar, why do you not load? Please be kind to me, or else we'll watch Mary Poppins. All right, this is going to be a severe storm capable of producing tennis ball size hail moving towards Highway 77 around Lexington, northeast of Elgin. This thing's dropping some pretty big hail. It's only moving about 15 to 20, but again, this warning includes Lexington, Tanglewood, Fedor, Knob Springs, Blue, and Leo. The potential for tennis ball size hail. Localized wind gust over 60 miles an hour as it moves east-southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Looks like we got a few storms going up here in the big country around Abilene down towards Winters. These could have some nickel-size hail, maybe some wind gust over 55 miles an hour. If those intensify further, we may see severe thunderstorm warnings issued. So heads up, Abilene to Tuscula.
Warning has been issued for Cochran, Hockley, Terry, and
Buffalo Gap
in Texas.
to Potosi. All right, Permian Basin. This supercell cluster that's been producing tornadoes off and on for about 2.5 hours now. Move it southeast towards Rankin. It does look like this will be approaching Highway 67 around Rankin by 8:30 p.m. And again, this has been producing tornadoes off and on, but is certainly capable of producing baseball-size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Move it southeast towards Rankin and Midkiff at about 30 miles an hour. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. Holy moly guacamole. Talk about softball size hail. We got a storm now just southwest of Denver City, moving south-southeast at about, 10 to 15 miles an hour. That could easily have baseball size hail. And then we've got a storm now about to cross over Highway 180 east of Seminole, west of La Mesa. That storm's moving southeast about 15. Both these storms capable of producing destructive hail. Move it southeast at about Moving southeast, again, these could have baseball to softball size hail. Moving south-southeast like 10 to 15 miles an hour. Looks like we've got a storm that's reinvigorated itself a wee bit around Ropesville on Highway 62 southwest of Lubbock. Not really showing much in the wind department, but the potential for quarter-size hail will exist. This storm's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. All right, back out we go. Ho, 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 ho. And just because life wasn't eventful enough, we've got a severe storm north of Plains, moving kind of towards Plains. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail, moving southeast at 30. That warning. Oh, let's see if they give times on here. No, but it's about 13 miles northeast of Broncos, 16 miles north of Plains, moving southeast at 30. And again, that could have strong winds and nasty size hail. Oh. All right, Panhandle again, big old bow echo moving across from approaching Highway 83 near Canadian, back southwest to McLean, Claude to Canyon and Happy. This cluster is moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour. Maybe some hail. Not a real big hail threat, though. Maybe some nickels. Heavy rainfall. And again, this is going to be moving southeast. This is part of the bow echo that's going to come say, yippity-doo, yippity-yay, ha, ladies and gentlemen, let's play tonight to, well, a good chunk of the state, unfortunately, with damaging winds in the strongest portions. All right, let's pop on over to the high-res rapid refresh model. Let's show y'all what we are anticipating as we go into tonight. Dogs, take a chill pill. It's okay. So you whine some more. That's what I get. Don't give them attention. Don't stare at them. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, don't look down. All right, so here's what the high-res rapid refresh model shows tonight. Now notice, I've shown you a couple different runs of this now. This is a model run every hour, and each subsequent run kind of has looked a little different from time to time. That goes to show you, yes, there is still some uncertainty how tonight will evolve, and models don't handle it well, but again, this thing, we're expecting a cluster of storms to move southeast again tonight into Friday morning, pretty much the eastern two-thirds of the state of Texas. Strongest storms in the clusters, not all of the storms, will produce damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rainfall with a flooding threat. Yes, this is likely going to impact portions of northwest Texas, the Texoma region, North Texas, including the DFW Metroplex, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Central Texas, the Hill Country, eventually into the Brazos Valley and Southeast Texas tomorrow morning. There will be multiple clusters probably just to make life difficult. So yes, severe weather is probable with the most intense storms with damaging winds, hail, and flooding and heavy rain. No, not all storms will be producing enough wind to knock your trees down or knock your power out. No, most storms won't be producing big hail. Tornado risk tonight is low to very low. We could see a few spin-ups with the bow echo, but not expecting too many of that, much of that. And yeah, heavy rain with flooding. All right, so plan of attack here is we're going to be back here at 8 p.m. with our next severe weather update. As always, you could keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and interactive weather radar. We've got interactive weather radars in our mobile app. Live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, and more. And as always, you can visit us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar, for our interactive weather radar there. All right, we'll be back at 8 p.m. sooner if something happens. And we're going to be here all night, it looks like. So buckle up. Send me Venmo for money, or Venmo for coffee. No, I'm kidding. Actually, I've got caffeine galore. Venmo. Huh. I'm going to keep eating my dinner so I can start making words in coherent sentences again. All right, we'll be back here at 8 p.m. sooner if necessary. Happy birthday to me. I'm going to eat chocolate cookie cake.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sabina County in Louisiana. Sabina, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas. Cochran, Hockley, Terry, and Yoakum County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 2 miles east-northeast of Midland Internati in Midland County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by NWS employee. Additional information, roads impassable due to flooding along W Highway 80. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews and Gaines County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Reagan and Upton County in Texas. magnitude for Def Smith County in Texas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is 8 p.m. Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Aldi-in-Chief David Reimer. We got storms. We got a lot of storms. We got a big old cluster of storms moving in across the piney woods of East Texas into western Louisiana. Apparently, we've got tornadoes down just southeast of Shreveport now. It's always interesting how those storms wait till they get to Louisiana and then just start dropping tornadoes left and right. We've also got storms in southeast Texas moving towards Houston. We got a storm out in the southwestern Brazos Valley. Those storms moving southeast. The apex of that bow now north of Woodville, kind of translating and transitioning over into western Louisiana, damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, the potential for some hail. That cell across portions of Lee County, southwest of Lexington, could have baseball-size hail at times. That thing's been dropping big hail the last few hours. We've got a new cluster of severe storms now that has developed quickly in the proximity of Abilene down to north of Bollinger, Tuscula. Those storms could have winds over 65 miles an hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, moving off to the east at about, let's just say 30 to 40 miles an hour. We've got scattered supercells in West Texas, the Permian Basin, a storm that's actually developed near Junction, southeast of Junction, actually, but again, this is going to be a pretty long night. We're going to have another big old cluster of thunderstorms across the Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin. Those are going to move into northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country by sunrise Friday, with the potential for storms overnight continuing to be severe with damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, some higher, the potential for hail, flooding, rainfall. And then storms will continue into tomorrow, and we'll do all this over again tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, into Saturday morning. All right, I'm going to turn off this loop. Let's take a gander, pop on into the high-res radar. We're going to go from west to east this time, just to mix it up and confuse those of you who have gotten used to my dyslexia / dysgraphia. Okay, line of storms: Canadian, McLean, Clarendon, Happy, kind of back west to Hereford. Most of these storms no longer severe, at least for the moment. But still, we could have some strong gusty winds, moderate to heavy rainfall, and hail. And those are moving east-southeast about 30 to 40 miles an hour. West Texas, we got a trifecta of supercells. Soupies. One over Plains, that could have hail. Storms developing over Brandfield, those could have hail. Storms developing west of Tahoka, those could have hail. Storm northwest of Seminole, southwest of Denver City, that could have golf ball size hail. Storm on Highway 180 between Seminole and La Mesa, that could have baseball to softball size hail. All these storms, mostly, are moving to the southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Storm near Plains may be trying to move northeast if it's a left split supercell, but we're going to ignore it because it makes me happy. Okay, storm north of Rankin, showing weakening trends, which is good considering it's already been a big, bad, very mad storm this afternoon. Still moving southeast, may still have quarter-size hail. If it continues weakening, it may not even make it down to Highway 67. And boy, look at that supercell now in northern Mexico. That went tornado warning southeast of Sanderson. We'll pop over the Del Rio radar. I'm going to be really mad if that actually turns left. We'll have to keep an eye on it just in case this tries to say hello to parts of the Edwards Plateau later. But again, that thing's probably throwing out bowling balls in northern Mexico. Storm over Junction, that one there earlier. We'll pop up back into this area, say hi-ho. Storm could have quarter-size hail on I-10, probably about 20 miles southeast of Junction. That's moving slowly northeast. Let's go from west to east. We've got a storm southwest of Lexington. This thing's dropped softballs earlier back northwest. Let me see if we don't have a storm report on here from it. There's quarters. There's golf ball to baseballs. There's baseball to softball near Coupland. Yeah, apparently this thing overperformed in the hail department. And then again, back into southeast Texas we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? Storms from near Todd Mission, Willis, Conroe. Probably starting to make a mess of Intercontinental's operations. This storm could have quarter-size hail. We've had quarter-size hail reported. The wind mode, yeah, there might be some wind. We'll pop to Intercontinental's radar, and yeah, we see a bit of wind here, maybe up to 60 miles an hour. West of Conroe, northeast of Pinehurst. Nothing like a few weeks ago. Again, we're not talking 100-mile-an-hour winds with this, but again, the potential for some damaging winds and quarter-size hail. Let's continue our journey to the northeast, ladies and gentlemen. Woodville, well, Cleveland to Woodville to Jasper, up toward Hemphill. Line of storms capable of winds of 40, 50, maybe 65 miles an hour. Heavy rain, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail. Looks like the apex of this bow is really trying to move into Louisiana now, which is A-okay with me. Sorry, Louisiana. You can see this thing's actually starting to spin up a lot of circulation. Seeing a lot of damaging winds with this now all of a sudden. We don't really have any damaging wind reports out of East Texas right now. But this thing actually has gotten really rambunctious here. As it moved into Louisiana, this thing's going nastyville. Could have winds over 70 miles an hour. We note had a tornado southeast Shreveport earlier. We got circulations out the wazoo on the north side here on the mesoscale convective vortex. Again, this thing could be putting spin-up tornadoes down left and right, along with damaging straight-line winds. But that is a Louisiana issue now, I'm afraid. Y'all in your parishes. All right, so we talked about what's going on. Let's talk about what will go on. All right, we're going to press the buttons here. Let's clear everything off the screen. We're going to look at the, well, that wasn't the button I was supposed to press. Oh, I have made a boo-boo. I have made a boo-boo. That was a pretty big boo-boo, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it was, but let's try to fix it. Let's never do that again. All right, I'm sorry. Let's try that again without completely and utterly annihilating all things visually. All right, back to the high-res radar we go. So what we're going to do is load this, load this. Let's show you what this has at 8 o'clock. Notice the lack of supercells attacking San Antonio in the real world right now versus what that is showing. So, okay, it's not perfect, but we can at least still use it as we go into tonight. So we'll go from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. I'm going to let this load. Baseball size hail reported at 8:04.
From 7 miles west-northwest of Seminole in Gaines County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 2.75 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, baseball-sized hail on FM 1757 and CR 208.
So again, high-res models are not going to do super well with these setups, as has been clearly demonstrated over the last week. But the idea is we're going to have a cluster of storms coming on. What? Whoa. Apparently doing that really upsets the camera. Cool. Good to know. Apparently, we're going to have another cluster of storms moving southeast tonight. Out of the Panhandle, northwest Texas, west Texas. This model seems to think the Panhandle storms will weaken, and then we're going to see new storms fire up after midnight that get real rambunctious in northwest Texas, into west Texas, the big country, and those sweep southeast across Texoma, north Texas, central Texas, the hill country, the Concho Valley, the big country, parts of the Permian Basin. And then we get into tomorrow, late morning, towards lunchtime. That first cluster that developed in northwest Texas, Panhandle now, is moving into Houston by, well, probably late Friday, while another cluster has gotten underway and is moving in the big country, the Concho Valley. But As we switch back over to the real-time radar, let me turn off satellite. That's kind of not needed here right now. We have enough going on this map. You can see we still got storms going on. We're actually seeing new storms fire up now. Parts of the big country in central Texas. That's indications we still have lift in the atmosphere. So, to be completely honest with you, we're going to have to see what these Abilene storms do. Like I said in my video, well, this morning, yesterday morning, this has been more of a nowcasting situation the last week. Literally, we're seeing where storms are going up and beginning to extrapolate it from there. So these storms near Abilene, we're going to have to see how long they last. I mean, is it impossible for them to reach 35 later? No. Do I think they will right now? I'm not confident on it, but we're going to have to see. Because if that happens, clearly those will get to 35 before a complex in northwest Texas does at, 5 a.m. So again, we got one cluster of storms moving out of East Texas into Louisiana, moving into the Golden Triangle, southeast Texas. We got storms in the Panhandle, moving towards western Oklahoma. We got storms in West Texas, moving back towards the Permian Basin. We got new storms in the big country around Abilene, moving towards western North Texas. We've got a few storms trying to go up again around central Texas. And then we've had a supercell move out of Sanderson down to Mexico. And the clear-cut messages, for those of you asking, well, Mr. Baldy and Chief Dude there, what do you think's going to happen tonight? I think we're going to have a lot of storms. I think the strongest storms are going to produce damaging winds, hail, and flooding rains.
Storm warning has been issued for Beauregard and Vernon County in Louisiana.
And those are going to continue.
Jefferson, Newton, Orange, and
that was actually
County
pretty
in
funny.
Texas.
And those storms are going to continue into tomorrow. And we're going to have multiple waves or clusters, if you prefer, of this thunderstorm activity continuing into tomorrow, Saturday, maybe even Sunday. It's going to rain. It's going to storm. And some of y'all are going to get really strong winds, unfortunately, and hail.
And Lee County in Texas.
All right, that's all I got to say for now. We'll be back here at 8:30 p.m. with your next... Why does it do that? Did I learn some new AI function? I've got a new camera here, so apparently it does smart things. Zoom in further. Nope, I tried. Sorry, we'll play with it later. All right, we'll be back here at 8:30 p.m. with our next Texas severe weather update. Sooner if necessary. You know what? No.
King Mountain in Upton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 3.00 inches.
Okay, that's an ouchies.
Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping, Teacup, 3.00 inches.
And now I want to watch... What's the movie with a teacup in it?
A new severe
Beauty and the Beast.
Warning has been issued for Andrews, Dawson, Gaines, and Martin County in Texas.
Or someone in an interview yesterday referred to me and meteorologist Jason Cooley. Beauty, Jason. Baldy. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be back here at 8:30 sooner if necessary with the next severe weather update. We're going to be here all night. Rip electric bill. You can keep track of the storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, your local weather forecast, and more. And of course, interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com. We'll be back here at 8:30 sooner if necessary. I'm done talking. This thing keeps interrupting.
Texas. Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping. 1-inch tree limbs broken. Shingles blown off. Texas local.
Storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful, I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day, catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start, red is gone, now it's so much brighter, new song in my heart, catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start, rain is gone, now it's so much brighter, a new song in my heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 8:30 on this, the Thursday, 30th of May, 2024. We've got multiple severe thunderstorms underway. We've got one complex of thunderstorms now moving into the Golden Triangle, southeast Texas, and Louisiana. The strongest of those storms do have the potential of producing damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, perhaps some pocket-change hail, and heavy rainfall. Those will be moving southeast into the Houston area by 10 p.m. Same with Beaumont, Orange, and then eventually out into the Gulf of Mexico and Louisiana. We've got a new cluster of thunderstorms that has developed over the last hour. This cluster of storms is now from near Potosi and Clyde down through Novice to Talpa to Valera west of Coleman. This cluster of storms has shown an increase in organization and has accelerated, now moving east at 50 miles an hour. This cluster of storms could have wind gusts over 65 miles per hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and is now on a beeline to say hello to places like Coleman, Santa Ana, and the entirety of Brown County, including the city of Brownwood, up to Crosscut, Cross Plains, Rising Star, over the next 30 to 45 minutes. So those of you in Brownwood, heads up, you've got the potential for damaging winds, another round of maybe some hail, heavy rain.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana, Panola
If y'all
and Shelby County in Texas.
haven't had enough of that, we've got a thunderstorm rapidly weakening now northeast of Rankin. That storm is the one that produced tornadoes just south of Midland earlier with softball-size hail. That storm's evaporating. It'll be gone by probably 9 o'clock. We've got other thunderstorms across portions of West Texas. We've got a supercell southwest of La Mesa. That storm, about 10 miles southwest of La Mesa, could have baseball-sized hail, winds to 70 miles an hour. We've got a storm passing near or just west of Seminole. It's going to be a close call for Seminole. That storm could have baseball-sized hail and wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. And we have new thunderstorms developing from, well, pretty much right on, honestly, Highway 82, from Plains to Brownfield to Tahoka, all the way down to almost southeast of Post, and then moving over Highway 84 from Post to Augustus, Justusburg, almost down to Snyder. And that's indicative of some increasing upper-level lift, which appears to be how we've also had thunderstorms develop further east into portions of the Big Country, moving towards western North Texas. This activity, again, is part of what will continue to be several days of rather unpleasant weather across the state. At least the eastern 80% of the state. Hey, camera, you want to focus on me? Camera. No, quit moving around like a happy hot dog. Where's the button? Here we go. We're going to press this button. You're going to sit still. I mean, we'll do that. We'll see what this button does. Oh, that just, no, well, you don't need to see my stomach. I'm very sorry. You get my face. Merry Christmas. Zoom out further. It works. Zoom in further. Oh, zoom in closer. Oh, isn't that fancy? Okay. So we do have storms. The Big Country, parts of the Permian Basin, the Panhandle. Storms in the Panhandle continue to move southeast. They honestly have shown a little uptick in the last 30 minutes. The potential for maybe some small hail. Gusty winds, mostly under 55 miles an hour at this point, but there are indications this may intensify a bit as it moves into northwest Texas. All right, let's take a look. Let's turn everything off. I didn't mean to turn the county lines off and the roads off. My apologies. I was overexcited. All right, so we're going to load the high-resolution rapid refresh radar from 10 o'clock through 11 a.m. And again, these models are not going to have a super-duper handle on the specifics of what's going to happen, but as you can see, and what is probably going to happen, we're going to have complexes of storms moving southeast across Texas over the next, 36 to 60 hours. Multiple rounds, multiple potentials for damaging winds, maybe some hail. Heavy rain is a good bet. Flooding, good bet. And yeah, some of these storms are probably going to be pushing out 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Not all of them, but again, as you can see, as we go into Friday morning, we're going to have multiple lines of storms moving from the Panhandle in West Texas, across Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, the Coastal Plains, South Central Texas, maybe even the Edwards Plateau. So pretty much the eastern 75% of Texas, north of a Laredo to Corpus Christi line. We're going to have multiple rounds of storms over the next 2 to 3 days. Strongest storms, big hail, well, yeah, maybe some big hail, but hail, damaging winds, and a low threat of a spin-up tornado or two, and heavy rainfall. That could cause more flooding. So again, yeah, we're going to be here probably most of the night. I hate to say it this way. The next few hours may be comparatively less active than what we may be dealing with after midnight into Friday morning, as we start to see some upscale growth in the BOECO department. Zoom out further. And again, so, well, it didn't listen to me. Zoom out further. Oh, come on. Zoom out further. Well, that doesn't help if I have to have the window open for that to work. I've got like 10 monitors here. Okay, so again, we're going to be dealing with storms. Yes, some of them are going to be rowdy. Yes, lightning, wind, hail. And yes, if you're the eastern 75% of Texas, north of a line from Laredo to Corpus Christi, you're probably going to be dealing with them. So buckle up. We'll be keeping an eye on it. And again, we're going to be here all night. So we'll have our next severe weather update here at 9 p.m. Again, we'll be back sooner if necessary. It's not like, we're leaving or anything. I'm sitting here keeping an eye on things. I'm just playing with the dogs and hoping they don't start tearing up my office too badly. So far, they haven't, but they can be rambunctious. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radar, storm chasing videos, live severe weather coverage, your local weather forecast, and more. So we'll be back here about 9 p.m. sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief, David Reimer. Happy birthday!
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terry and Midland County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collingsworth County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. It's really evening. It's 9 o'clock now on Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024. We've got a cluster of storms that are now moving into southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, Louisiana. That's cluster number 1. A second little cluster has developed in the eastern big country from near Cross Plains to Coleman. That is moving towards Eastland, Comanche, and Brownwood over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Both Cluster 1, Cluster 2 could have winds over 65 miles an hour in spots. Pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall with the potential for flooding. As we go back into portions of West Texas, we've got a line of storms. Storm southwest of Shamrock's taken off. Same with the storm west Cheyenne, Oklahoma. That storm near Shamrock has a pretty nasty hail core crossing over Highway 83 right now, probably about 5-10 miles south of Shamrock. Otherwise, we have some renewed thunderstorm development occurring along the southeastward moving outflow boundary from Memphis to the town that doesn't get named because, well, Esseline's a speed trap town of famous proportions. Back to Turkey and Kittikay. And that line is moving southeast. And then we've got storms out here in portions of West Texas. These scattered severe thunderstorms have a history of producing baseball-sized hail over the last hour. One storm passing south of La Mesa, about to move over Ackerley and Highway 87. A storm now near Seminole. That's moving southeast, east-southeast really. That could have large hail and a flash flood warning. And then we've got a storm on Highway 380, south of Plains now, moving towards Seagraves, Denver City for like the third time today. That storm could have another round of tennis ball to baseball size hail. Y'all just been getting hit over and over again today. It's been like non-stop, storm after storm after storm. Weakening supercell near Big Lake, that thing's evaporated. That produced tornadoes, softball-sized hail around Midland. We got these storms in the eastern big country moving again. Cisco, Eastland, Comanche, Brownwood could have winds over 60 miles an hour. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Heavy rainfall, that'll probably cause some flooding. And then we've got a storm on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande. So far, that's not an issue again for us. We'll have to keep an eye on it. And then again, these storms moving into northern and eastern Harris County, north and east sides of the Houston metro. Houston kind of on the tail end of this, with sub-severe storms now on Interstate 10 from, well, really not Interstate 10, but Highway 90 and Liberty to Interstate 10 around Beaumont to Orange. Nasty line of storms moving east across Louisiana now. All right, so you're asking, well, Mr. Baldy in Chief, is that it? Are we going to be in for a good old night? Well, would you like the good news or the bad news? The good news is it's not 115 degrees and extreme drought across the state. The bad news is, we're going to have a lot more storms tonight, tomorrow, Saturday. Let's pull up the super, the duper, the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Let's just take a gander. This is what this model shows at 9 o'clock. So notice how it does not have anything in the big country. It's late with the storms in the panhandle. So that should tell you a couple things here. 1, there are more storms than this model thinks, which is not abnormal based on its behavior over the last several weeks. 2, going forward, keep in mind storms may arrive earlier than this model shows at your particular location. And 3, let's just see what it shows from midnight tonight to tomorrow morning. And while it does, let's see how much of a change it has shown. Oh, it's still loading the data fine. Okay, so this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. Notice, this thing doesn't have that big old cluster of storms now out of the Panhandle, West Oklahoma. Every model run has looked different. But the clear, concise message is, we have storms right now in the eastern big country approaching Eastland to Brownwood. They're showing no signs of weakening. They have a history of producing large hail, damaging winds. We'll see. That could continue for a while. So southern North Texas, we're going to have to watch that. towards Comanche, eventually maybe even Hamilton to Hico, Glen Rose to Meridian to Clifton, Cranfill's Gap, maybe even I-35 around, Cleburne, Alvarado, all the way down through Hillsborough, West Waco. Cluster of storms may make it your way. But in terms of activity, it looks like we will see an uptick in thunderstorm coverage and intensity around or after midnight into the pre-dawn hours across portions of the Panhandle, West Texas, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas. Whether that be from
A new tornado warning has been issued for Terry and Yoakum County in Texas.
Individual storms or ongoing thunderstorm clusters, we're going to have storms. The strongest storms, large hail, maybe, quarter to golf ball, damaging straight line winds, heavy rainfall that'll cause flooding. And yes, this will impact Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Arklatex, Brazos Valley, tomorrow morning,
Magnitude measured 1.00
and tomorrow afternoon.
Reported by law enforcement. Additional information reported by Coleman PD.
And we may have more storms tomorrow night. All right, it's going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to be for a cell in eastern Yoakum, western Terry counties in West Texas. For what it's worth, this storm is generally on track to impact the city of Seagraves around 10 p.m. National Weather Service, looks like we had a funnel cloud reported. So, reason for this tornado warning, we had a brief funnel cloud reported with this storm. And these storms are moving southeast. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for this storm that is, southwest of Tokyo, southeast of Plains, moving away from both communities, moving away from Highway 82, on track to impact the city of Seagraves. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Also can't rule out tennis ball size hail. So that is what we're expecting with that storm. Notice we have a storm south of La Mesa moving towards Ackerley. That storm could have large hail. And again, we got this whole big cluster. Parts of the Big Country moving east. Pretty good winds now approaching Lake Brownwood up to Cross Plains, moving east towards De Leon, Comanche, city of Brownwood. So again, that's what we've got with this cluster. And we'll just have to see what more we get overnight. But again, yes, we're going to stay active overnight. More storms after midnight. And then those storms will move southeast into really the eastern two-thirds of Texas tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. That tornado warning northwest of Seagraves is in very rural portions of eastern Yoakum, western Terry counties. We're going to keep an eye on it. And if that gets closer to Seagraves and is still capable of producing tornadoes, we'll do continuous severe weather coverage with that. But otherwise, we'll plan on doing our next update here at 9:20 p.m. That's in about 12 minutes. And we'll be back sooner if necessary. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars, storm chasing video, live severe weather coverage, and of course, your local weather forecast. We'll be back here in about 12 minutes, sooner if necessary.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beckham, Greer, Harmon, and Jackson County in Oklahoma. Hardeman County in Texas.
All right, we're back. It's 9:20 p.m., Thursday, 30th of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. Let's talk about what we've got going on. We've got a cluster of thunderstorms, the eastern Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma. That is going to progress towards northwest Texas. We've seen a bit of an uptick in intensities over the last hour or so, and that means this very well may end up being a cluster that makes it into northwest Texas, it's in western Oklahoma. Question there is it going to make it into Texoma, North Texas in the morning? Probably. If not, we'll have new storms develop that make it a fun morning. We've got a couple of severe storms, including a tornado warning. It's going to be a tornado warning for western portions of Terry and eastern Yoakum counties. At 9:17 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles northwest, or excuse me, 10 miles southwest of Tokyo, or 10 miles northwest of Seagraves. Move it southeast. At 15 miles an hour, this is generally moving towards Seagraves. In addition to the potential of a tornado, we could see tennis ball size hail. So again, that's going to be this northern storm here. This will stay northeast of Denver City this time, unless it does something really dumb like turn hard south. But it's moving towards Seagraves. We've got a storm in Seminole with flash flooding. Slowly weakening, but that could have some hail. We have a storm southeast of La Mesa moving over 87 near Ackerley. That could have hail. Notice we're seeing an uptick in thunderstorm intensities along the Highway 380 corridor. I think that's 380. Yeah. From Brownfield to Tahoka to Post. Those storms starting to show a bit of an uptick. We could see some hail with that. Strong winds, heavy rain. Storm in the southern Permian Basin is gone. Storm west of Del Rio showing a downtick in intensity, but is still capable of producing hail. This storm is currently on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande. It's about, 15 miles southwest of Comstock, or about 20 miles northwest of Del Rio. If it shifts east anymore, it may end up trying to bring some hail and rain and wind to Del Rio in the next hour. We'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, we have a few showers trying to go up over Bexar County, up to Bernie. And we'll have to keep an eye on that just in case they try to get going. And we've got a cluster of storms now, a bit of a Boeing shape, so an increased damaging wind threat from Cisco to Lake Brownwood, back down towards Brooksmith. These storms moving east at about 40 miles an hour, the potential for 65 to 70 mile an hour winds with that. And again, they're moving due east. Model data did not pick up on these. Model data hasn't picked up on a lot of things today, which is why I said in my morning video this is probably going to be more of a nowcasting situation where, we start to see the trends in real time and then can forecast and extrapolate from there. If these storms do manage to survive, and I'm not saying they will, but I'm also not saying they won't, they could impact parts of the DFW Metroplex into southern North Texas by, maybe 11 p.m. There may be some strong winds, a little bit of hail, more heavy rain with flooding potential. We're going to have to watch that. Southeast Texas, we've got a storm from near Barrett up to Liberty and Highway 90. Heavy rain, that may cause some localized flooding. Gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. So a modestly severe storm. We're not talking Hurricane Dorothy like we were a few weeks ago. That's not its name, by the way. I just named it that because, my prerogative. Some showers with lightning, maybe some 40-mile-an-hour winds from Jersey Village to Aldine, the northern sides of the Houston Metro. And then we've got some showers all the way out east now along Interstate 10, from Anahuac to Winnie to Port Arthur to Orange, some lightning, maybe some gusty winds. The worst of this complex has shifted in Louisiana, where you can see they're having all sorts of issues with tornadoes and hurricane force winds now. I don't know why these storms, always the minute they get into Louisiana from Texas, go from being behaved to, haywire, but you think we train them better, right? All right, so that's what we're expecting the next few hours. We're going to have storms tonight into tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, the Brazos Valley, Northeast Texas, East Texas, even parts of the Edwards Plateau, South Central Texas, Southeast Texas. I can't tell you exactly when, but along the northwest of 35, I'd say, you're going to have a decent chance of storms before 6 a.m. Friday, and maybe way before 6 a.m., depending on what this cluster near Brownwood does. And if we have any new storms develop after midnight from DFW west, which we might. And again, the strongest storms may have wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. Yes, that'll be enough to cause some power outages, knock some stuff down, maybe some hail, heavy rainfall, which will cause new flooding, flash flood warnings. And then it's just going to keep on going tomorrow. We may see a cluster make its way into southeast Texas, South Texas, from the north out into the Gulf of Mexico, and we may see another cluster of storms tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, tomorrow night in the Panhandle, northwest Texas, West Texas, and if that happens, those would move southeast. Isn't it a fun time? So again, we'll be back here at about 9:40 Seagraves. You may have some hail issues soon. I really don't think they'd extend the tornado warning past 9:30 at this point, unless, well, something happens between now and 9:30, and it might because that's happened before. But otherwise, again, it will be a rowdy night with storms, multiple storms, damaging winds, some hail, and some heavy rainfall. All right, we'll be back here in about 15 minutes, 9:40 p.m., with your next severe weather update. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars. We've got a radar on, well, I'll tell you about that in a minute. Interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. If you click on the radar tab, that's our main radar. But if you click on the More tab and click Zoom Radar, that's our second radar you can also use. You can pick your favorite. And you can also access the radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll be back here at 9:40 with our next severe weather update. Sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Terry and Yukon County in Texas. new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Comanche, Eastland, Erath, and Hamilton County in Texas.
You know, it would have helped if I had unmuted. As Jason yells, can't hear you, muted. All right, well, we'll do that all again, don't worry. So again, eastern column of Panhandle counties, you still got some rain. Otherwise, that activity's moved into Oklahoma. The Oklahoma activity may keep going east for a while, but could also start trying to progress more southeast, which would bring it into northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas later. Here in West Texas, only one severe warning left, approaching Seagraves. This could still have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, no more tornado. The rest of these storms kind of on the downtrend, which is nice. Out here in the big country, again, North Texas, cluster of severe storms moving east at 40, could have winds to 65 miles an hour. By 10:45, these storms are likely going to be entering southwestern portions of the DFW Metroplex down to Bosque County, Somerville County, Hood County. Can't roll these out trying to turn a little further north, but if they don't, well, we may not have too many issues in DFW proper. With this round, there'll be more storms in the morning. All right, let's go down to the Edwards Plateau. We got a storm west of Del Rio by like 5 to 10 miles. This storm showing indications of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. It, for all intent and purposes, continues to try to track just inside northern Mexico. I'll switch back over to the main timeline. Moving southeast. And again, hail core hopefully will stay on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande. But it may be a close call. And then a few showers still here in parts of the hill country between Austin and San Antonio. Nothing to write home about right now. Southeast Texas, no more severe warnings. Just some heavy rain, gusty winds to 45, 50 miles an hour. It's not a knockout half the city's power grid event. It's just, rain. A couple flash flood warnings remain in effect for Far East Texas. Those are expiring. And for most, we're starting to see a break, with the exception of those in parts of West Texas, and then now southern North Texas, with this cluster moving east at 40 miles an hour. I I'd show you the high-res rapid refresh model, but it's doing even worse than it was earlier, so that would just be a waste of time and a disservice to you. I'll just verbally describe the expectations, and that is we're going to see new storms develop before sunrise, probably after 1 a.m. Northwest Texas, the big country, North Texas, maybe into West Texas. Those storms initially could have hail, then damaging winds when a cluster organizes. We're going to have to keep an eye on that cluster, Northwest Texas, Western Oklahoma. Models weren't picking up on that, but it's there, so that may eventually try to move southeast more towards southern Oklahoma. If it does, Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, before sunrise, probably. And some of those storms with damaging winds. We're going to probably have a big old complex of storms move southeast across the eastern 75% of Texas. Tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, the strongest of those storms will produce damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Pocket change to golf ball size hail. Very heavy rainfall with probably more flooding, but at the same time, some folks west of 35 really need the rain, and you're going to get it tonight into Friday. And then more storms Saturday, because why not? So, all right, we're going to be back here at 10 p.m. with your next severe weather update, nowcast forecast for Texas. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, your local weather forecast, and more. So again, just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We'll be back here in about 13 minutes, sooner if necessary. I'm the one, the only, the Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy in Chief.
been issued for Greer, Harmon, and Jackson County in Oklahoma, Hardeman, and Wilbarger County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's 10 p.m., the 30th of May, 2024. Most importantly, and before we get to anything, how about them as? Okay, that's about it in that department, but that'll be fun. Alright, we've got some severe stormies. Good news, Southeast Texas, you're done being mischievous. Happy birthday. Thank you. Let's not do that again anytime soon, even though we'll probably be doing it in less than 12 hours. All right, we've got a cluster of severe thunderstorms approaching Dublin, Stephenville, Alexander, Claret, wow, Pico, Chalk Mountain, northern Hamilton County. This cluster has the potential of producing damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour, knocking out power, knocking down some trees, doing some wind damage. Here's just a loop over, let's do the last hour. Again, you can see this is a cluster of severe storms moving east, 65-mile-an-hour winds, not really much hail, heavy rain, and yes, just because it wants to say hello, it'll probably impact the DFW Metroplex, especially along and south of I-20, down towards Hillsborough by 11:30 p.m., maybe sooner. Yay, because that was what I wanted to deal with. I was saying tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. I didn't want to be dealing with it before midnight, but guess what? I don't get a vote. All right, let's go back. Western Oklahoma. Notice this cluster of storms models thought would be dead by now. Yeah, it's not dead. The potential for damaging winds, northern portions of Hardeman County into Wilbarger counties could also have a wee bit of hail, heavy rain, lightning. These storms are moving off to the east, east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. These thunderstorms do have the potential, again, strong winds, a little bit of hail, heavy rain. We'll see if this cluster of storms organizes and moves southeast towards Texoma and North Texas overnight. Some data suggests yes. Back in West Texas, we're calming down. Notice our little scary hail cores of doom have mostly diminished and dissipated. We have no tornado warnings, which makes Baldy a happy boy. Watching this area west of Snyder, north of Big Spring, for signs of any wind organization. We are starting to see a bit of a hail core develop again just east of Akerly, northeast of 87. So there may be a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Howard County soon for that. We'll see. If that doesn't start dissipating soon, it may end up trying to be our next little thunderstorm cluster. We got some storms west of Del Rio. Those storms so far staying on the Mexico side of the Rio Grande, but some rain starting to move into Del Rio proper. Southeast Texas, again, you're about to be done for a while until tomorrow morning. But we're going to need to deal with this nonsense. I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted? Okay, we're not making that mistake again. I could be playing Uno right now. I'm kidding. All right. Let's take a look at the high-res radar here at this Dublin storm. Now, this is a wind maker. Hey, radar, you want to load, please and thank you. That could be an issue for the southern DFW Metroplex down towards, Hillsborough, Waco. You can see we have a bit of an inflow or a rear inflow jet coming in here. This is where the winds on the backside start pushing the apex of a bow out, and that's how you end up with this bowing shape. We'll switch over to the how hard the winds are blowing mode, and yes, sir, Bob, here we go. We've got winds, ho, ho, ho. Winds over 60 to 65 miles an hour with these storms moving east towards Stephenville, Hiko, Olin, Claret. It's in Dublin now. So again, maybe some small hail, damaging winds. Brownwood, you've got the tail end. You might have quarter to ping pong ball size hail with this coming on in the next few minutes. Tracy shouldn't have made a remark about me being an old grumpy man. Not on my birthday, no sirree, Bob. So if you get hail, blame Tracy. Sorry, Tracy. All right, so again, these storms moving east. We are starting to see a few storms pop up further north, though. Jason, what did you do? I don't like it when I see this. Oh, look, y'all in DFW thought you were going to miss out. Guess what? Storms are developing farther north now. Stevens County, Palo Pinto County. We've even got a few storms starting in Johnson, Tarrant County. So it's about to rain in the Metroplex. You're going to get some lightning and wind and maybe a bit of hail. I'm very sorry, but I hope you brought a pail. I don't know. Clearly, I've gotten into the rhyming routine. That's what happens when we're doing live streams at 6 hours in length. Note to self, the Facebook stream is going to cut off in a minute if that time limit's in effect. So again, main severe complex for now, Stephenville to Dublin, moving towards places like probably Glen Rose, Walnut Springs, Meridian, Clifton, Hiko, Stephenville. But new storms are starting to develop farther north. Some of those storms may end up having some hail, gusty winds, and heavy rain that could impact portions of the DFW Metroplex over the next 1 to 2 hours just because fun. You're wondering what's going to happen overnight? Well, at this point, this cluster of storms, southwest North Texas, is probably going to keep moving east, to I-35 at least. It could continue on for a while. Storms in the West Texas, Permian Basin, western Big Country. We'll see if that organizes in anything. That might try to form into a cluster. And then we've still got storms up here in western Oklahoma. If that is able to organize into a cluster, that would also probably start moving towards Texoma and the Red River portions of North Texas at least. So, yeah, we're going to be around for a while. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the radar loop on. We're going to keep things going here. And we'll have our next update at 10:30. We'll do it sooner if needed, but I want a break. But we'll do it sooner if needed. So next update by 10:30, sooner if necessary. You can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We've got interactive weather radars. We got 2 of them. You can click the More tab and click Zoom Radar for the second one. We've got your local weather forecasts, live severe weather coverage, storm chasing video, and more. All right, we'll be back here in about 25 minutes, sooner if necessary. And again, we're not going anywhere. I'm still here. It's just I don't like to talk that much if I don't have to, so if I could take a little break, I'd be very thank you. All right, we'll be back by 10:30, sooner if necessary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden, Howard, Mitchell, and Scurry County in Texas.
come on and talk about this again a little more. Again, we've got a couple clusters of storms now evolving. You can actually see storm coverage is increasing already now across parts of North Texas into the big country, Northwest Texas. We've got a cluster of storms now near, well, pretty much Stephenville, Tahico to Lampkin, northwest of Hamilton. That's moving east. That could have the potential for wind gusts over 65 miles an hour. We're starting to see some new thunderstorm development. So far, they're behaving from near Lipan to Millsap into Tarrant County, Johnson County, pretty much, Burleson, Briar Oaks, Alvarado. We've got a storm going up on 287 between Ennis and Waxahachie. Those storms are actually slowly moving east, while the main cluster down on Highway 281 between Hamilton and Hico is moving east much more quickly at about 40 miles an hour. But again, we're seeing storms develop back around Haskell. Those could have some quarter-size hail. We've got a severe storm once again northeast of Big Spring. That's actually showing a pretty impressive hail signature now. There could be golf ball-size hail in Vincent on Highway 350 in the next 20 minutes. Storm near Snyder starting to show maybe some dime to nickel size hail. And then we're quickly seeing a line of storms erupt now in northwest Texas, all the way from Quanah to Paducah to Glen, back to almost Rawls. So it's about to get rowdy, at least in terms of some of these storms producing large hail, damaging winds, flooding rains. So, yeah. All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes with a full update at 10:30 p.m.
Texas local storm report from 1 miles east-southeast of Brownwood in Brown County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good evening, whatever you want it to be. I don't really know anymore. I just know it's 10:30 on this Thursday, the 30th of May, 2024. It's my birthday. I don't get a birthday hat, though, because Mama Nature's throwing a temper tantrum. And you remember how we said we were hoping it would be till Thursday morning till we had storms in North Texas, Texoma, the big country again? Well, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is we don't have any tornadoes. The bad news is the stormies are not waiting until tomorrow morning. We're just going to go ahead and start doing this now. Yay. Yay. I wish I had a firework in here I could just shoot at this computer and be like, oops, done. But alas, no, here we are. So let's talk about what's going on. We got a bow echo, Stephenville to Hiko to Hamilton. That could have winds near 70 miles an hour. That's racing east at 40 miles an hour. Notice how we're starting to see storms fire up on the northern periphery of that now from Parker County, Palo Pinto County, Stevens County, Johnson County, Ellis County, Southern Tarrant County. We may have storms moving in the Metroplex here soon. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds. The high wind threat? Well, it may be trying to ride up Highway 67 at this point, so it may move towards Glen Rose, and if it tries to push further north, well, we're going to start dealing with southern DFW by 11 o'clock in terms of the potential for stronger winds. Notice how the whole line of storms, we got storms firing up real quickly now. Western North Texas, the big country, and the whole outflow boundary from Quanah all the way down to Rawls in northwest Texas just unzipped in the matter of 10 minutes. I mean, look at that. All hunky-dory, nice and happy storms. So, yeah, we're not going to wait till tomorrow morning to have our next round of storms because they're getting underway now. So, strongest of these storms, damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rainfall with a flooding threat. Way too much lightning. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado. The tornado threat's very low, but not zero. So, yay! We're doing this again. So, it's about to get loud. Northwest Texas, the big country. Into western Texoma, North Texas, probably into the Metroplex over the next 30 to 60 minutes. Storm near Del Rio. Well, it's still there, but kind of dying, but it did move into, Del Rio. Otherwise, hill country, we're quiet for now. Southeast Texas, you've just got a few residual showers. You're going to get a break. Before all this angry stuff near Hamilton and Stephenville moves southeast over the next 4 to 5 hours into, well, parts of central Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. And if that doesn't get you, don't worry, there's another round already firing in northwest Texas and west Texas. And we may see another round up in the Panhandle later because, well, it's a never-ending story. Yep, it's my birthday. I can sing if I want to sing. So again, let's take a look at some of the higher res radar data here. And what I just verbally described is the forecast. Models don't have a bippity-boppity-boo of what's going on here. So we're just going to tell you like it is without using all those fancy model graphics. Hey, radar, you know the part where you show up and let me actually look at the data to show people what's going on? I'd really appreciate if you would load. Are you going to load? Thank you. So, storm near Waxahachie on 287 west of Venice. Could have nickel, maybe a little quarter-size hail. That's going to move east towards Palmer. Storm over Briar Oaks, Burleson, Mansfield, moving east towards Midlothian. Storms firing western Tarrant County from Eagle Mountain Lake down to Benbrook, moving east towards Fort Worth. Storms in southern Parker County, southern Palo Pinto County, moving east. Heavy rain, bit of wind.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Coryell, Erath, Hamilton, Hill, Johnson, McLennan, and Somervell County in Texas.
Oh, good. It's a big severe thunderstorm warning. I'll just read this because why not? Okay, we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton, Somervell, Erath, McLennan, Coryell, Johnson, Bosque, Hill counties until 11:30 p.m. A line of severe thunderstorms moving east at 40, located from 8 miles southwest of Dinosaur Valley State Park to 8 miles east of Hamilton, moving east at 40, 65-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. This will be near Cranfill's Gap, 1040, Glenrose, 1045, Meridian State Park around 1050, Clifton, 11 o'clock, Lake Whitney, 1105, Valley Mills, 1110, Laguna Park and Blum around 1115, Lake Whitney State Park around 1120. This also includes Pancake. Ooh, I want pancakes. Olin, Brazos Point, Cedar Shores, Whiteway, Defu, Hearst Springs, Morgan, and Retreats. So, yay, big old severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to rain. There's going to be wind, maybe a bit of hail, lightning, localized flooding. Storms back up in DFW for now are mostly behaving. Just a bit of lightning, some rain. Of course, it won't take much rain for flooding issues. But again, you can see this little complex moving towards Hillsborough. DFW going to be on the northern skirts of it. But don't worry, DFW, or if you're sad about being left out, you get more storms later because there's storms firing all the way up into northwest Texas. You can see we got storms technically north of northwest, not pretty much past Kingdom Lake, honestly, out here northwestern Palo Pinto County. Throckmorton County, Haskell, Monday, and then we got a line of storms all the way from western Oklahoma. That's not supposed to be there right now. Into northwest Texas to Quanah to almost Rawls. All this is moving east-southeast. You could see this storm near Quanah moving southeast. That could have winds over 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. That's moving southeast towards Vernon at about, you want to tell me how fast you're moving? Thank you. 35 miles an hour. So again, it's going to be a stormy evening the next several hours, northwest Texas, the big country, parts of North Texas, especially along south of Interstate 20. Those of you from Hillsborough to Corsicana to Mahia to Waco, guess what? Stormy wants to come say hello. All right, out here in portions of the Permian Basin, this radar is kind of starting to load slow now. You know, what's the point of a 2 gigabit connection if I don't get to have super fast data? You can see this storm out here in the land of Happyville. This one could actually have some golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That's moving towards Colorado City. It's raining in Snyder. West Texas, outside of this activity on Highway 82 east of town, you're clear for now. Happy birthday. And then the Panhandle, and let's just go back and show you. Panhandle, you're clear for now. West Texas, you're clear for now. You may have more storms over into Friday morning, but for now it's A-OK, which makes for happy people. And then this cluster now moving into southern North Texas, and we'll see. It may try to fire a few storms up into the DFW Metroplex. I hope not, but, well, hope doesn't really serve me very well when we're talking about difficult stormies. So again, nasty bow echo now, east of Hiko, moving towards Iredell, Meriden, Cranfill's Gap, Laguna Park, Whitney. Could have quarter-sized hail. The hail core is actually increasing with this. Along with damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, starting to see a little bit of a hail core and heavy rain develop southern, or pretty much all of Parker, southern Tarrant, Ellis counties. Those storms are going to shift into the DFW Metroplex over the next, 20 to 30 minutes, so it's about to rain again. All right, so that's it. We're going to do another one of these updates at 10:50 p.m. in about 12 minutes. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We've got interactive weather radars, the main radar under the radar button, but you can click more in Zoom radar for the other radar, your local weather forecast live, severe weather coverage, and more. We'll be back here at 10:50 p.m. sooner if necessary. Strongest storms overnight to Thursday. How about Friday morning? Damaging winds over 65 miles an hour, some hail, heavy rain, and flooding. We'll be back in 11 minutes here on the Texas Weather Center. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is I, the Baldian Chief. No, I didn't get to play Uno on my birthday. Very sad. But we do have thunderstorms bringing lightning, heavy rain, some gusty winds, and a wee bit of hail to portions of North Texas, the big country, Northwest Texas. Late this evening, yes, our next round of thunderstorms has already begun because it couldn't wait till Friday. No siree, Bob. If we were going to get more weather, it was going to start early, and here we go. So, let me first off say, most of the storms you're looking at here are not considered severe. To be considered severe, storms have to be producing one of the following criteria: 1-inch diameter hail or larger, quarters or larger, wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or higher, tornadoes. Most of these storms are not producing 58 mile per hour wind gust or higher. Most of these storms are not producing quarter-size hail or larger. And none of these storms are currently producing tornadoes. Let's not taunt them, though, by trying to say they should / are not going to ever. I don't know. It is almost 11 o'clock, though. So, all right, we got a couple clusters here. Cluster 1, Hiko to Hamilton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. That's going to be moving towards places like Meridian, Glen Rose, Clifton, Valley Mills, Laguna Park, Whitney, Lake Whitney, Whitney State Park, Rio Vista. Could have 50 to 60, 65 mile an hour wind gust with that. Potential for maybe a little hail as well. Back in DFW, well, let's just do it this way. Highway 180 from Palo Pinto, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, DFW, down into Ellis County. We've got a couple storms on the northern side of this system. They're not severe at this point. Maybe some small hail, producing moderate to locally heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning. But if that's all y'all get out of that, be happy, because it is not reminiscent of anything we dealt with earlier in terms of severity or duration.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mitchell and Scurry County in Texas.
We've got thunderstorms over portions of Throckmorton, Haskell, Knox, Baylor counties. Those storms could have small hail up to the size of nickels, localized gusty winds, heavy rainfall, lightning. We've got storms up in northwest Texas associated with another complex of storms, at this point from near Elmer, Oklahoma. Hey, Alex saw Elmer. Down to Chillicothe, down to Medicine Mound, Crowell, Margaret, all the way back west to almost Dickens and Crosbyton. Those storms are moving east-southeast. Strongest could have hail, localized wind gust over 55 miles an hour, and the potential for heavy rainfall. Oh, but worry not. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we have storms developing once again back in the big country from Bront into Taylor County, to Sweetwater, to Colorado City, and Mitchell County. The strongest of these storms capable of producing half-dollar size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. So, yeah, we're going to have storms tonight. We're going to have storms tomorrow. We're going to have storms on Saturday. We're probably going to have some storms on Sunday, too, just because that seems to be the name of the game as we go into early June. We're going to clear everything off this map, and we're going to pop on over to the magical super-duper high-resolution rapid refresh model. Yes, it's my birthday. Yes, I've had caffeine. And yes, I've been sitting in this chair 7 hours, which is a very comfy chair, but at some point it also tries to put me to sleep. So I'm trying to offset that energy by being hyper. All right. So let's see what the HER has right now. Now, I promise you, this thing's probably doing horribly. Most models are. It's 11 o'clock. Oh boy, look how bad that is, ladies and gentlemen. That is what her model thinks the radar is going to look like in 6 minutes. Here's what the radar actually looks like. So again, it has some of this activity, but it's missing most of it. So again, I'm not even going to bother showing you this model. I'm just going to verbally describe the expectations of what I think will happen overnight, and even that has a 80% chance of being completely off base. Storms at southeast Texas will move down to the Gulf of Mexico, Louisiana. Next cluster of storms underway now from Somerville County, Boss County, Hamilton County, moving towards McLennan County, Hill County, Southern Johnson County. Eventually, wouldn't be shocked if it turns further southeast. If not, we're going to see those storms continue to I-35 and maybe I-45 in portions of Freestone, Navarro, Ellis, Limestone counties. A localized wind gusts, 55, 65 miles an hour possible, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rain. If this decides it wants to just be difficult, it may keep going most of the night. If it runs into rain cooled air, it may dissipate. But to be honest with you, given how difficult these storms have been the last couple of days, I would bet on it dissipating. It may not be overly intense, but they'll probably keep on chugging along. We've got a thunderstorm capable of producing some hail, some strong winds all the way back into northwest Texas, the big country. Notice those storms are actually increasing in both coverage and intensity. That may be our next wave of lift arriving in the region. So those storms are probably going to keep going southeast all night into parts of the big country, northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, Central Texas, and eventually we may see storms in the hill country, Central Texas, outside of the current cluster near I-35, west of I-35, later Friday morning. So again, some of these storms are probably going to have damaging winds, some hail, maybe nickel to quarter, maybe golf balls if they're really overzealous. Those tail-end storms on I-20 in the big country may have slightly larger hail just because they're more supercellular than, linear at this point or in a line. And then we've got some scattered storms now. Parker County, Tarrant County, Ellis County could have maybe $half dime-size hail with that.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher, Jones, Nolan, and Taylor County in Texas.
But that is the general expectation of that. So here is what our plans are going to be overnight. We're going to be here, but we're going to, if y'all are watching on YouTube, we're going to forward you to our 24/7 Texas Weather Center live stream. More music, more audio alerts, more radar. And if needed, hopefully it won't be needed, but if it is, we'll come back with continuous severe weather coverage again a bit later this evening. But again, it's going to be a rowdy night with a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, some gusty winds, some hail. The tornado threat is very low. It is not completely zero, but it is very low. So round one has moved into Louisiana. It's about to move into freaking Mississippi. It looks like that thing took off like a state trooper on their way to get a donut. Round two, now approaching I-35 in the next hour, south of DFW towards Waco. Round three, northwest Texas in the big country. Look on the bright side. We'll probably have round 4, 5, and 6 tomorrow into Saturday morning. So, all right, we'll be back with additional severe weather coverage if needed. Otherwise, hey, thanks for tuning in this evening. You can always keep up with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just download, the app where you download apps for your device. Yeah, that was messed up. Texas Storm Chasers, you search for that. Interactive weather radars, storm chasing videos, severe weather coverage, and the daily Texas weather roundups.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas and Tarrant County in Texas.
Well, the storms in DFW have quarter-size hail now, so yay. All right, so again, storms Burleson and Mansfield moving north-northeast have hail. Quarter-size hail, so marginally severe, maybe some gusty winds, but hail. And that's moving towards Arlington, Grand Prairie, Cockrell Hill. So, all right, we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers as always. Let's do this. We're going to keep the stream going. I mean, if we're doing this, I might as well at least stick around for a while. But we're going to do our next update here at 11:15. I'm going to go find more caffeine because I'm clearly not caffeinated enough. If I'm still alive and haven't had some sort of a stroke, I'm clearly not caffeinated enough. So let's go find some more, and we'll be back with our next severe weather update here at 11:15, sooner if necessary. Yay! Alright, let's just come back here and deal with this. Someone just reported dime to ping pong ball size hail near the Spinks Airport in north sides of Burleson. So let's come back and deal with this and see what's going on. It is 11:06 on the 30th of May, 2024. Let's just switch over to... We're going to actually use the Dias radar. I want to see the hail core on this thing over Burleson. Yeah, it's got a hail core. We see some hail cores trying to develop around Eagle Mountain Lake. Mallet time. Alright, so again, storm over Burleson. Could have up to ping pong ball size hail now. That's moving northeast, generally towards Pantego Gardens. Pantego? How about Dalworthington Gardens, Pantego? Kennedale, southwest Arlington, and then eventually Arlington and Grand Prairie. The potential for quarter, maybe up to ping pong ball size hail with these storms. They're moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour, so they're just sitting around having a coffee. We got some storms over Eagle Mountain Lake down to west sides of Fort Worth. There could be some small hail with that. All these storms are shooting out lightning like they just want to wake half the cemetery, so... we're probably going to set some more places on fire just because that seems to be a thing with peaked roofs. Down from Hood County to Meridian, north of Avant to Hamilton, the potential for strong winds up to 60-65 miles an hour. This cluster moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. Storms in northwest Texas. Oh, from Vernon down to Crowell to north of Benjamin. You know, not too much of a spooky wind signature with this right now, but definitely some borderline nickel to maybe quarter-size hail with that. That all is moving southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The big country? Oh, good grief. The big country, y'all just decided to be like, hi, let's have tennis balls at 11:30. We got hailers galore now firing all over the place. One southwest of Buffalo Gap, moving towards Buffalo Gap to Tuscola, Potosi, and Abilene again. We've got a storm over Trent and I-20. That could have golf ball size hail. West of Sweetwater down to Colorado City. We've got multiple storms. There could be quarter to golf ball size hail with that. And all that is moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So more storms in the big country, more hail for y'all. Storms in northwest Texas around Vernon down to Benjamin starting to look more impressive. We may get a severe warning for quarter-size hail, maybe some winds from that. That's on its way down 287 to say hi to Vernon, moving only at about 25 miles an hour. I say only because, you know, it was moving at 40 earlier. That may end up saying hello to Wichita Falls, Electra by 12:30. We got storms, Knox City to Seymour to Throckmorton to Haskell. Those are generally moving off to the east-northeast about 20. Heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail with that. Then again, you can see all these storms down in Parker County, Tarrant County, Dallas County, Ellis County, all the way down Hood County, Johnson, Somerville counties, down through portions of Boss County, Hamilton County. All this activity, with the exception of this little bow thing, from Granbury to Meridian to Clifton, is only moving at 20 miles an hour to the east or east-northeast. The Bow Echo's moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. But again, hail, hail, and hail. Yes, DFW, it's time for your evening round of hail. The good news is this isn't necessarily producing much in the way of strong winds, but there's hail, so you get falling chunks of ice. At least quarter-size hail. There could be slightly larger hail with this, maybe up to the size of ping pongs, but otherwise this is a hailer situation with some quarter to ping pong ball size hail versus damaging winds. So again, we got hail, probably Burleson, Kennedale, a second hail core trying to develop over 360, around spur 303, up to Division, down to I-20. That'll move into Grand Prairie, west sides of Mountain Creek Lake over the next, 20, 30 minutes. So, yeah, we got storms, we got hail. and all that. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let y'all watch the interactive weather radar feed with some music, the warning feed. If we need to come back and do severe weather updates, we shall. But otherwise, you can keep up with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. Interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage when necessary, your local weather forecast, and more. So head on over there. Head on over to the Texas Weather Center on YouTube if you'd like to watch continuing severe weather coverage / yeah, pretty much. All right, we'll talk to you again later if we need to. If not, strongest storms tonight, and there'll be a lot of them. Hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding.